Perfect. Okay, let me open this shit up. Kurwa. I appear tired today. It's because our air conditioner wasn't working. It was hot. Hot night. Hey Lazarla, how you doing today? How's your Tuesday? Do. Oh, come on. Got that. Let's do this now. Diving into code. Uh-oh. No idea what you're doing. I can empathize. We can empathize a lot. We have to play your build and see your changes. I have not forgotten. Hope you like it. I hope so too. Let me delete the old one. Really gotta make space on these drives. Oh, it's not too bad. Got 30 left. It was way worse before. Oh shit, what did you add? What are these? Oh. Should go blue next time? Okay. Whoa. Need to feed everyone. Nah, fuck them. They can feed themselves. Alright. Ration fruit. They don't need food. Oh. Who's this? Who's this asshole? Oh, there ain't no way we're beating him, right? Blood suck. That's kind of kinky. Oh my god, he's killing a dog. Uh-oh. Oh, we're all shitty with level 1s. I'll give someone the blueberry. That was a good hit. That was 54. It was a crit. Okay, now it's serious. He just iced the cat. Oh shit, dude. What an asshole. Triples attack, Jesus. You gotta give me more time before summoning the boss. It's 9:11 a.m., Lazarla. Never forget. And you decide to kill me and all my pets. I see what kind of person you are. Wanted to incentivize using fruit. You've been adding a lot, though. This is wild. Where's the blue? There's the blue. Okay. You're not supposed to beat it without using fruit. Apparently. What does pear do? Well, it's way easier. Jesus Christ. He's tanky as shit now. Okay, this is pretty cool. This is looking good, Lazarla. You're making really fast progress. You're gonna like beat me with my game. First, yeah, no worries. He can. I'm not gonna complain about balance right now. I complain about the idea. But that is the problem. If you ever get like, if you ever do early playtests, you have to specify what it is you want feedback on, right? Because of course it's not gonna be balanced right now. But I run into that problem all the time. So well, you don't have any alchemy ingredient models yet. It's like, I know. We're not supposed to have them yet. Ones under construction are bananas and blackberries. Ooh, shit. Okay. So it's pretty good if I have like diarrhea. I can go to the bananas. Good. Oh, they let you learn new skills. Oh, okay, I see. Also that. Also that. Did I double click it? There we go. We'll jump into our newly DLSS supported game. Need to make new minigames, yeah. I need to make minigames too. Every time I open this damn editor, this material has problems. Every time. B uses spline meshes. Where's the Boolean? There, I saved it. Don't bitch about it anymore. We ain't taking no prisoners today. Or plugin that rewrites the skill system so I can have players buy skills with bananas. What a wild sentence you just said there. Initialize the DLSS. Looks good. Kind of weird that it doesn't do it automatically when you start up the editor. Hey kid, how you doing? Wrote with the basic idea for the game recently, which is good because I haven't done that since the start. That is good. That is a good thing. Perfect. Now we can monitor my resource usage. Pretty good, you? A little tired today. Our air conditioner went out. It was a pretty hot night. One of those nights where like you're not wearing anything and you're wearing on top of the you're sleeping on top of the bed and you still can't sleep. I'm one of those people that I can't sleep unless I have a blanket over me. But if I put the blanket over me, then it's too hot. Like, what do I do? Well, Zarla knows. I got a text in here. You're the exact same, yeah. And I have to wear socks to bed. Because if I don't wear socks to bed, then it fucks up my whole body temperature. So roguelike, the gameplay will be the main focus. As of now, the basic idea is that Amanda, the player character, ends up in a forest filled with monsters. Makes friends with 4 animals along the way. Order doesn't matter. They can talk. They can't talk, they're just animals. If she can last long enough, she gets out of the forest somehow. Yeah, nice and simple. I like it. You hate wearing socks. Okay. I have to wear socks to bed. Feels weird if I don't. What are we doing today? Are we gonna be testing more dialogue today, or are we just gonna go crazy? We probably should test dialogue. We should test dialogue. That's the whole point of this. Stalls. Want someone in a Discord server who's willing to write the story in dialogue, so I don't have to stress about that anymore. That's pretty cool. I have somebody that I know that would do that too, and she's been really trying to find a way into the industry. We've got some fun ideas so far. Really awesome. It's not common that you meet people like that. I mean, if we could just give him slop, he's gonna die, right? Yeah. Oh, we have to fix his dialogue too. Hold on. We got an issue with the mage. Class settings, parent class. Master. Was y'all looking for collaborators thing in a game dev server and they responded within 5 minutes? Damn. Almost like it was meant to be. If you're ever looking for somebody else to join you, I do know someone who's very new, doesn't know where to start, but loves to write characters and stories. Come on, hurry up, Bludic boy. Okay, that should be disappeared. Yes. Okay, well that's at least working. I was thinking today we could try to add water into the, you know, real water into our lake, but I just have a feeling that if I start on that, we're gonna have like 3 or 4 days solid at least of work to do here. And I'd rather just start that fresh after we get a proper build going. How come sometimes Spoon looks like Spoon and sometimes looks like Legolas? Okay, so that's actually 2 different characters. Spoon is the goblin, and then we have a mage called Alaric, aka Blue Dick Boy. And he's called Blue Dick Boy because you put him down, he's got this sneaky little thing coming out of his pants here. He's a bit shy though, so it gets smaller when you get closer. He doesn't know how to act around women, so you know, it's like... He'll get there. He'll get there. Alright, test again. Which actually, we could test Spoon just by actually playing the game. What if we actually played the game, chat? Okay. Who do you want to poison? So we essentially just need to go around and collect some stuff to help get damage health. None of this. Actually, Woody Nightshade's pretty good. How many Raptor Bucks to get my name inside the game somewhere? Inside a tree or something? I can add you. We have a couple people around here. We also have a heart that chat asked me to add in the desert. You can go see it. You can hear the in-game ambience too. Can you imagine if we had a ingredient picking animation? Do you know how annoying that would be? Oh, let me just stop what I'm doing for 3 seconds and watch my character pick up the 500th flower. There is one thing you can hear. So, if you get close to this Indian rom-com movie poster, you will hear something very subtle back in the distance. Perfect. I love it. So stupid. I had to fix the tooltip on that too. I keep forgetting to do that. So when you enter the desert, you actually switch between ambient tracks. A lot more deserty. Get rid of the birds. Just hear the sound rustling. Yeah, it's very hacky. I'll tell you that. It's not a proper sound system, but it is working for prototype. Hey, Tooksby Games, how you doing? It's good to see you guys. Push-ups. Alright, we'll do some push-ups. Wait, is there a... Rock has some weird collision. Oh god, yeah, that's really weird collision. What the fuck? I can't even like jump on top of it. Gotta fix that rock's collision. Do all these rocks have weird collision? That's kind of normal. It is some pretty shit collision on that rock, I'll tell you that. I can fix that though, it's easy to fix. Yeah, hello there, Obi-Wan sound. Okay, I like that. Good idea. There's collision here too. Okay, so these desert rocks have some weird collision. I can fix that. Hey, Yaga. You open the windows? I think it's a bit cooler now after the rain. What the dog doing? What is the dog doing? I really like that in nighttime though, that you can you have this kind of emitting some light. Right now some of the textures are a bit fucked up though, because the texture streaming pool is a bit too small. Hey, that's for Twitch chat. My tough question. The dog humping, that's what the dog doing. You guys said he's gonna come Thursday or Friday. Okay, so when it's colder, when we don't need him to come. What a world. The pearls are pretty hard to spot, but I like them. I feel known. I originally just had the heart there, and some publishers were like, what's the meaning of the heart in the desert? And so I had to add the for Twitch chat so that it wasn't confusing people. They can pick stuff up, but does the inventory do the stuff? What do you mean? Oh, here we go. Okay, here it comes. Are you ready for a chat? Wait for it. Love it. It's been shown to publishers already? Yeah, it has been shown to some publishers already, yeah. Only like 5 or 6 of them. You have actually an inventory that does inventory things. Not currently. We will be in the process of designing that relatively soon because we'll be adding in potion combat. So you'll need somewhere to store your potions, organize them, and then put them into your inventory. All the items they do go into an inventory, but like you can't access it to see or delete anything. You'll see it when you go into your alchemy table. That'll show all the ingredients that you've collected. But eventually there will be more proper inventory where you can see exactly what you have, what you've collected, an encyclopedia to see all the information about the things you've collected. Yeah, Minecraft style inventory with hotkey. There will be some hotkey slots because you'll have to slot potions for combat. So most likely yes. Yes to hotkeys. Put in the cozy strip club. Not yet. Ooh, you guys can watch the snow. Cover the landscape. Let's. FBI, open up! Oh. No! It's a good combo. It's a good combo. Alright, I'm gonna do my push-ups. You guys can watch the snow build up. It's pretty cool to watch. Yeah, looks like the rest of us don't have Ultra Dynamic Sky as well. That's true. A lot of people have it, but they don't hook it up correctly. Like, they don't hook it up to their environments, their meshes. It's pretty wild. But yeah, we all have UDS, let's be honest. And we all should have UDS because it is an absurd amount of value for $40. But oh, she just hit herself in the leg with my slipper and got scared by it. Classic. What a cat. That is our cat. $20? Is it on sale? I mean, it's worth it for $40. I'd pay $100 for UDS. Make sure to mask your indoor as well. See, you don't want any snow down here. Well, that's scary. I'm not going down there. Hi, snail. Don't go down that side. That's pretty scary. Okay, let's just turn around. I don't like that. Is it a sewer goblin? How relevant. What are you doing with that? What, you don't have the snail orgy back here by the toadstools? I really hope these are just texture streaming problems. I don't know why they're happening. Streaming pool, where is it? Nanite stream pool. No, what is it? It's... What's the one to increase the pool size? Arta streamed at pool size. Okay, thank you so much. The thing is, I'm pretty sure I had it up quite high. Like it's absurdly high right now, if I recall. Don't execute random. It's not a random code. It's a command. Unless I unhooked it, but I don't think I would have unhooked it. Yeah, I have it at 3,000. It's not nearly high enough. I might have to reload the level though. Or just, you know, restart the play-in editor. Alt F4. That is one way to restart. Who's gonna tell me to delete System 32? Yeah, let's enjoy all the lumen bugs. It's an ominous sound playing by the water. That is the sound of the magical rock. God, I wish we had footstep sounds. We tried implementing footstep sounds, but there was some issue with the physical materials of the landscape. And I would have had to repaint the entire landscape again, which is like, you know, I'm gonna pass on that. Heard an interview yesterday with a dev for Animal Well. Seems like a regular bloke that got lucky with the passion project. Unfortunately, I mean, fortunately and unfortunately, that's kind of how it is, right? That's why it's really, really bad to just bank on your indie game meeting success. It's very uncommon. It's great when it happens, right? But it's also extremely uncommon. Space was insane. He held down a job, worked before and after the job in the game, then quit the job in the last stages of development. That is pretty wild. That's for sure. He's lucky it didn't burn him out. I mean, maybe it did, I don't know. Definitely burned out, especially with how the game cost attention. A mostly introverted person, yeah. Yep, and unfortunately when you burn yourself out, you will start to hate things that you should be loving. It's very, very dangerous. That's why I tell people, I understand the need to grind. but don't do it to a point that you end up hating what you're doing. You should never sit down to work on your game and feel hatred towards it, right? It's a point where you need a break. Go play a game. Watch a movie. Read a book. Take a walk. There's nothing wrong with being frustrated by what you're doing, right? Like, we got frustrated working on DLSS yesterday, but I don't hate my game. I just was like, this is a frustrating thing to work on. But, you know, I'm glad that we have it in the game now. It's great. I feel hatred to myself for not working on the game. Well, yeah, that's the other side of the thing, where you feel guilty for not working on the game. That's the danger. That's why I treat this like a job. And I have a separate computer for working on the game. This is my work computer. When we're working here, we're streaming, we're pushing forward with the company in some way. Sometimes that means we're playing a game to relax, take a break from development, and, you know, learn some good development practices. God, that grass looks like ass. What if it's like the specular map or something? I don't know. This. Really gotta make the grass look better when it has snow on it. Not look good. It is grass. You're not wrong. Had a wild dream. I dreamed we met up and I offered you 5 mil for the development of CC. I would take it. I would make the game. We could make 2 games from that. Wrapped your rent free in my head. That's how it is. Someone's been waiting 3 business days for you to talk to him. Yeah, so that actually is that is something we will have to figure out with the design. Is like, how long will these people wait? And can they come back a little bit later, right? You tell them, hey, come back in a couple days. I'll have it ready for you. Nipplehead. Kind of true. World War I helm. So this is your inventory normally, and you would only have discovered one of the the normal ingredient, and you have to process the ingredient in order to discover the other effects. So once I cut this, and we can send it back to the shelf, we now have that cut version in here. And even if we were to use all of the cut version, we still remember what it turns into. We have a bit of a memory with it. Damage health, let's see. Toxic cap will work. Woody nightshade will work. Here's the thing, somebody could make the damage, health, and paralysis. This is the problem I have with this whole secondary potion business, right? Is that it's just confusing. Like, I get it. I get the need for it in order to know that what we're giving him is accurate, but I don't like the way it's handled. What was the name of the snow you had? It's called Ultra Dynamic Sky and Weather. So it's this right here. I'll share it in chat. For 40 bucks, you can have everything related to sky and weather handled in your game. Yeah, I mean, a player would be very, very frustrated if they gave this potion thinking that it's going to do what they wanted to, which is well, he wanted damage health, he wanted paralysis, so I put it on the same potion. He's going to use it on the same person anyway. So, you know, why can't I just put it on the same potion? And then this happens. That's not fun. That's annoying. Okay, that works. Turn down his service. Now you have to run. No worries. Just come in here. Steal my technology. That wasn't mine in the first place. The thing is, after 2 full in-game days, this stuff will grow back as well. Do the push-ups? I did do the push-ups. Didn't do your new wall sit, though. I'll put you guys up by the waterfall. Make sure he doesn't. I'll do it. Don't you worry. Fuck you, bees. You guys can enjoy the view while I do my wall sit. All right, let me fix these rocks over here. Do a little asset cleanup. Show collision. Yeah, they have very weird collision. We can fix that. It's an ASMR channel for like 30 seconds. We can make this an ASMR channel. Wait, does this rock have collision? Wait a second. Yeah, it does. Weird. This signpost has some pretty weird collision too. It's not the worst thing in the world just because of what it is, but it's a bit weird. I don't know who designed the collision for this, but holy shit, that's weird. You could just use one box. That's the most, like, just wasteful collision I've ever seen on something that could literally just be a box. For some reason I want to throw a little paper boat off that bridge. These rocks are good. These rocks have good collision. These rocks, however, do not. We can try to fix that. Better. It's in there. It's just hard to see. How accurate is that, though? You just like vacuum seal the collision onto the displayed rock, or does that not work? That can be done, but not in... Well, you kind of can, because you could use the mesh itself, the mesh data, as the collision. That would be the complex collision. And you can use complex as simple. But usually poofing on some new simple collision is more than enough. A little bit better that way. You can see if I show complex collision, it's just the mesh data, right? And that's really good for some calculations. Like, for instance, let's say you have a character mesh, right? Like a skeletal mesh. You absolutely don't want to use a simple collider, right? Like a... You know, when we were placing down Blue Dick Boy, right? He's got this capsule collider around him. This little pill. That would be his simple, you know, a simple collider. But if we were, I don't know, like it was a shooter game and you want to have different reactions for where the bullet hits, of course you don't want to test the simple collider because that's more for just like running into objects and getting hit. Very cheap calculations to do. Alright, that looks good. I think those look okay now. Better kink it up there, right? What happens if I buy rare fish boost? So for 5 minutes, everybody has a better chance of getting rare fish. If you buy that. Honk. Okay, let's see if this is better now. Oh yeah, much better. It's obvious now, why didn't I realize that? Hey, you better to ask the question, right? Okay, collision is acceptable. Textures are still being a bit weird. I may try to make a build at home tonight just to make sure. Yeah, that's weird. The trees and rocks are fine. Just some of these foliage meshes not look like that. How many hours do you think spent making this game so far, and how many more to finish this test map? Oh, I don't know if I can answer the second one, but for the first one, it probably was about 3 weeks of work total to make everything that's in the test map currently. You know, and keep in mind that, you know, pretty much everything is hand placed as well. We don't use procedural generation for it. It's probably closer to 3 to 4, I would say. But certainly, I don't think it's more than a month of work total. It's like, what? What is it with this? We have no idea about this 3D game dev stuff. It's, some things are easy, some things are hard, and you kind of don't always know which is which. What is it? That's fucking this up. I can test it. What is it, 6 months? I mean, we've been working on the whole project, right? So... But if your question was just like how much to make this one map, it would be about four weeks of work to make everything in here. But then making, you know, making the alchemy was like two to 3 weeks or something. We've been working on the dialogue system for a couple weeks. A lot of small and miscellaneous things. I'm gonna try opening up a new map. Plop one of these rocks down. There's something with him. Why? Why is it doing that? Like 5-ish hours of work per day? It's like, it depends. It's usually like between 5 to 7 or something. I know when you start Elden Ring because I'm always sleeping by then. The thing is, it should be as high fidelity as this rock. These should be the same in terms of fidelity. And something about the texture, the material on this is really being wonky. And I don't know what. But they pull from the same master material. You have this material and this material. These are two separate materials, right? This one looks normal. This one does not. But they use the same master material, so what is happening here? The displayed resolution is very small. On the texture, it's a texture issue, it's not the material. It has a different, it's for a different mesh, so it's like when you wrap it around, it's gonna look different. Although in this case, I think they are the same mesh. Actually, yes, in this case that could work. But I want to know why the texture is messed up here. Like, this is how it should look, right? It looks great. 2K texture. Awesome. And for some reason, this texture has become 64 by 64. It was imported as 2K. It's displayed as 64 by 64. That's weird. UE5. Stop it. Texture displayed size. What did you catch? It was nothing to do at all with shaders or textures or MIPs or LODs or virtual streaming. In my engine settings under general, the location of my derived data cache was set to a drive letter that didn't exist. An old DDC issue? What the fuck? Shouldn't have closed that. Got some keys. I didn't change my derived data cache location though. But I mean, I can change this. It's gonna be a bit annoying. Might have to redo some texture stuff. Project settings. It's the wrong one. I need editor preferences. Okay, but here's the thing. I changed the default derived data cache location to the local folder. It should be within my project folders in my intermediate. Shouldn't have closed that tab. It's something I tell myself way too much, right? Hey, Chris with Bliss, how you doing? Happy Tuesday. Epic Games. Config. Base engine ini. Shit. Change derived. Once again, close the tab. Don't save any of that. Let me delete. That. Delete my intermediate. This is going to be kind of a not so great thing for me, but let's try that. I am at 333 followers. It's pretty crazy. I really appreciate all the support you guys are giving me with the follows and the subs. Seems like not that long ago I was just celebrating 100 followers. Like knowing how to Google and get answers that you want is like one of the best. It is one of the best skills. 100%. Some loud ass thing outside my window. Let me close my window. Should have thousands. I don't know about that. Oh shit. Let's see if it fixed it. Might have to get rid of Blue Dick Boy for that to happen, though. Why? People don't like Blue Dick Boy? All right, let's see if there are any problems here. I'll quickly do that to boost my texture streaming pool. Who wouldn't love him? I have a little bit of homo love for him. He's a good boy. Shit. Yeah, but I don't have this problem with the derived data cache. It's not pointing to some. It's so weird. Try doing that. I mean, if I move the derived data cache, unfortunately, it might have to recompile shaders, which is not going to be fun. In which case, I will do some. Yeah, it's got 8,000 to do. Let's do a Tim Cain reaction while we're waiting for that, because that is going to take a very long time, and I don't want to just sit here and stare at Blue Dick Boy. As much as I love him. This will take a while. Look, I have one queued up. Publisher contracts. Here, we'll change the stream info. Waiting for shaders to compile. Lol. Beautiful. I feel like this one was relevant considering some of our recent talks, and people, always ask. I mean, publishers do get a bad reputation in the industry. I have some problems with publishers in the industry. But it's good to know, what they do, right? Because people always ask, do you need a publisher? Well, I think I can self-publish my game. Like, well, yeah, but do you actually know what a publisher does? Do you know how many different ways they can help you? And maybe this is what Tim Cain will talk about. I don't know. But we'll see. Because we have to wait for 7,000 shaders to compile. Might as well do a reaction, right? All right, Tim, take it away. Publisher contracts.
Hi, everyone. It's me, Tim.
Hi, Tim.
Today I want to talk about contracts.
Yeah.
Specifically, the contracts you make with publishers to make games. And this is a response to TS7901, who said, I would like to hear more of the business side of your stories. So here we go. Now, let me put a big caveat at the beginning of this. Bear in mind, I don't think I'm a good businessman.
Me neither.
I do not think that I particularly ran this side of Troika well, and not like the accounting, paying bills side, but the dealing with publishers and getting good contract side. So
it's a whole different skill set when dealing with that. It's called like biz dev, business development, and yeah, it requires a whole different set of skills to communicate with them. Hey, almost absent. I was halfway through typing. How big does a game need to be for a publisher to be helpful? A publisher can be helpful at any size. I mean, really, they can do so many different things. Even if you're some tiny little indie game, but you don't know how to port your game to the Nintendo Switch, for instance, you could have a publisher help you with porting the game, or just to help with marketing, doing anything. And the variance in contract types and the requests that they'll have and little loopholes they might have to fuck you over, or not, right? It comes in all different shapes and sizes depending on the project and depending on the type of work that they need to do for you. It's more like, hey, our business offers all these services. Which ones do you want? Oh, you don't need these 3, but you want these 2. Okay, we can do that.
A lot of this with a grain of salt, but also take it with from the view that I often think I learn more from failure than success.
Yes.
And I pretty much failed here. So I know some things to look out for. But anyway, let me start by talking about publishers.
He's got a good check on his ego.
Publishers are not your enemy. I know a lot of you like to immediately take the employer bad, publisher bad, everything bad side. So let me just say, they're not your enemy. They are your partners. You are trying to make a product with them.
You can have good partners, you can have bad partners.
However, they're not your friend. They're not, even though they may try to say things like, yeah, well, we're just friends here. Can't you just add this feature? Can't you just do this? They're not your enemy. They're not your friend. They're your business partners. As a business partner, they're trying to spend the least amount of money for the most amount of product. That just makes sense. You do that yourself when you shop. And if you look at a price, if you decide between 2 products based on price, you're doing it. So just bear in mind, though, that there are other things that should factor in, like quality and convenience. And these are things that should factor in to the contract. if they're coming to you because they know you're good at this particular genre of thing and they want a high quality game, or you already have an engine for this, you've already done a game similar to it, you have people already on staff that know how to do this, that's convenience. They should be paying for that. They should be paying for experience and for speed or whatever it is they're trying to ask for.
That's a really good way to put it too, is that is your negotiation, is that, no, we know how to make this type of game. We have experience making games. We're not asking for this amount of money. This is not some big risk for you. We know how to make games, and you can either make money with us, or we can go make somebody else, a lot of money with this game. This guy's some famous game dev? Yes. Or he just knows a lot. Both. Yeah, you're looking at the guy who worked on the original Fallout, as well as many other games.
So when you go back and forth with them, just know that other things should factor in other than price, money. Also, they will want to own everything. They want to own the code, the art, the entire intellectual property rights.
That's not always true anymore. That used to be very true. It's becoming less common, and it really depends on the type of game you're making. Most indie games, you can go to a publisher, like an indie publisher, and they will not seek the IP. But the bigger the studio you go with, like if you go and you sell your idea to Ubisoft or EA or to Sony or Microsoft, with Xbox, most likely they're going to ask for the IP. Because they know that they have a huge reach. They very, very carefully pick the games that they publish. And if they publish the game, they're going to want to make sequels, because that's just how they make a lot of money, right? They know the game was successful. Well, if we make another game like that in the same series, we know it's going to be successful too. It's easy. Hey Zeno, how you doing? Going good today. We're waiting for some shaders to compile. And just reacting to publisher contract video.
Future rights to things to be done with the IP if they don't own it, and I'll talk about that. So these are things you can negotiate. You can keep one and not the other, and these are things that you should try to do. One last thing about publisher before I move on.
So your title about ask? No, you can ask questions. Go for it. We just changed it so that it was more like if people come in saying, why aren't you working on a game? We can just say, okay, we're waiting for some shaders to compile. Yeah.
From that, and I'll talk.
But you throw the question in, and we can get to it either after the video or whatever.
More about how to negotiate for things other than money. Keep in mind that they're going to handle things that you can't handle or don't want to handle.
Yes.
And those are things like localization into other languages, marketing, especially world marketing, because you'll have to have ads in different languages, and also different things can be in those ads, and their marketing department should know all this. However, what publishers bring to the table is less than they used to. Like, they used to handle printing the boxes and the discs and distributing them to physical stores, and that's just not done anymore. So
it's still done, but because physical distribution is less common now, it's digital distribution. There are still, like, the last big game that I worked on, we had physical versions of the game that you might be able to find in a store around you. There weren't that many copies made, but it was made. I have a PlayStation 5 and PC copy of it, so it still happens, but he's right. It's not nearly as common as it used to be, with massive distribution into Walmart and Target and GameStop and all these other companies around the world. So yeah, he's right that they used to handle more, but also to some extent they're handling more now, because now it's like, okay, when physical distribution was more common, they weren't doing online marketing and media stuff. But now, because all that is way more common and E3 is not really a thing anymore, now it's all about making good clips, making good videos, getting those up on Twitter, on Instagram, on YouTube, on TikTok, all this stuff. So he's right that they're not doing the same stuff as they used to be, but I don't want to say they're doing less. They're just doing different things.
So they bring less to the table than they used to, and you should be aware of that.
But also, he has more experience, so maybe he's referring to other things that I don't know about too.
Finally, though, bear in mind they're paying you. They're giving you money.
Yes.
So
They're
you
daddy.
will have to give up some things.
Yep.
Like, you're not autonomous. If you make this with your own dime, you can decide to do whatever you want. But you're going to have to give up some of that decision making if you want them to pay you. So this is how I kind of view pubs. Not an enemy, not a friend. They're a business partner. So when you negotiate with them, keep in mind that you want to negotiate for more than just money. You want to keep some of the things that are up for negotiation. Like I mentioned, like you may want to keep the code or the art, or you may own the intellectual property. Maybe you own the intellectual property, but they have the right to make the sequel.
Yep, and we've talked about that on exactly for Microraptor. I can show you guys. That's something we put in our needs for publishing. I do it in this one. So our publishing needs. We want to retain IP to all titles, but can agree to first publishing rights for sequels and spin-offs. It's exactly that. And that's a really nice way to do it because that basically just says... the thing is, this is really good for us. You know why? Because we make a good game, right? But our publisher, we don't like. Let's just say theoretically. Well, we can just pitch them the sequel for like $100 million. Okay, you want the sequel to it? $100 million. And now they're not going to give it to us, right? But that just means we can then go to another publisher. So this is a way for us to safeguard ourselves with, if we like working with you, you will have contractually the first eyes on our sequel. And if we don't, then we'll just ask you for $100 million. And, you're not going to pay it, of course, so we'll go somewhere else. Maybe I should be saying that on stream. But you know what? Fuck it. It is what it is. You just need to know that's how it works in the industry. And of course, some other things that we have requirements for. I've had some bad experiences with seeing publishers own socials and communities, and they either just they don't do anything with it. Like they'll start the Discord server for the game, and then they will barely do anything with it. And then if you want to merge that somewhere else, or you want to change some of the layout, you need to ask their permission first. And it's like, what the fuck? This is our game. This is our company. No, we own it.
The first sequel. So they're getting, in paying you to make this game, yeah, you own the intellectual property, but the first sequel will be made by them if they want it. And I'll talk about that. In the past, we've managed to do that. I've mentioned that for Arcanum at Troika, for the very first game we made with Sierra, we owned the code. They owned the IP and all the artwork, which is why I can't use any of that. But we owned the code. And that turned out to be extraordinarily useful when we got approached.
Yeah, I can imagine, because you can then, let's say we want to make like a string of alchemy games, but we want to do it different than Cauldron Chronicles, right? The benefit of owning the code is that we can take the systems that we've made, the code that we've made, and transfer to other games, and that doesn't break the contract. It doesn't infringe because we own that. So it's a completely different game, but it has the same alchemy system. Yeah, actually, no, I never really thought about it that way, but that's a really good thing to ensure, is that we own the code and owning the artwork. So for instance, if we wanted to make, if we wanted to reuse textures that we had already made, which I don't think gamers should be upset that developers do, we'll let this handle it. Reusing textures saves a lot of development time. And if we have to remake all these materials over and over again because we're selling them to the publisher along with the deal, that can really hinder our future game development. I should write that down. And put it in our pitch deck. Can't imagine writing code for you selling the game and not being able to use that in another game, right? Yeah, I just didn't think about that. I don't know. It's just you don't think that low level and how it's going to benefit you. But yeah, it makes complete sense.
By Atari to make a D&D game because we already had an isometric engine and a ton of points hooking into it for doing uh, RPG systems. So we just removed the Arcanum rules and added D&D.
I will say too, if we own the code and art, what it means is that we can allow our um our workers, our employees, to throw that into their portfolios, for instance. And we know for sure that that's not going to cause some strife between us and a publisher of the game that we make. And we would do that, of course, right? So it's like, you made this code. If you want to show it off in your portfolio, go for it. Fuck it. I'm all for that. That's why we have, on here too, like we have minimal NDAs. And the way that I explain that to, prospective employees or to publishers is that we don't want to limit our employees from being excited and talking about the games that they're making. We stream the development of our games. If they want to share an asset they're working on, if they want to stream themselves working on the game, go for it. The only time I might have a problem with that is if we were trying to keep something secret, like a secret level that we wanted players to find. I'd prefer to, you can show this on your portfolio, but let's wait until players find it first, and then we can, openly share it. That's the only time I would do it, but not because it would, I was trying to hold back something from the employees.
And boom, we had Temple. Yes, it wasn't that easy, but it was easier than starting from scratch. So
Yeah,
just
true.
be aware that when you negotiate, try to keep some things and when you give up others. Now, I do want to talk about two things that you should be super, super, super cautious about, which I messed up on. So
Okay,
you need to
let's
watch
listen
this.
in.
First of all, be aware of the keyman clause. And I Googled it. It is called keyman. It probably be called key person. But
Keyman
a
clause.
keyman clause is a list of people by name that are required to be working on this project and only this project. This is not a
I've never heard of
non-compete
this.
clause, which is when you leave a company, they can keep you from working on something similar or for a competitor. This is basically a contract that says when you're working on this, this is all you're going to work on.
Uh, I thought that was like not a non-compete, but there's a different word for it. I mean, I guess we kind of lump it into non-compete sometimes when we talk about it more casually. Interesting. Okay. Okay. What I can say though, just like off the cuff here, Microraptor won't have any non-compete. We will not be preventing people from working on other games. If anything, the most we would do is just, hey, we're working on an alchemy game. I would appreciate it if you didn't work on other alchemy games, But if you're looking to make some like side money working on some mobile game, or you're making your own projects, of course your own projects, go for it. And you know what? Show them to us because maybe we can build it into something bigger as a team and publish it on our own. But I've never heard of keyman clause. I've never heard it referred to it as that.
Now, keyman clauses are there for a reason. If you stop being on the project, the publisher can treat that as a breach. And a breach means the contract is over. They can walk away with anything that's already been done, and you may even have to pay a penalty. The reason I want you to avoid this at all costs is there's so much you can't control over keyman clauses. If they want to keyman one of your employees, you can't prevent the employee from quitting. You can try to throw more money at them. You can try to beg them to stay.
Yeah.
But if someone wants to leave, you have no control over it. And you can't sue them for the economic distress of they would cause by leaving. Well, you can sue them for anything and you can try. But they didn't sign anything. You did. So be very careful signing away keyman contracts that have keyman clauses for anyone who's an employee. If it's a
I've never heard of that. That's pretty fucking scary if you ask me. I'm actually wondering now too if the game that I was working on as a lead, if we had a keyman clause and if I was on there. And I'll be honest, Maybe it did, because it would kind of make sense considering some of the decisions that were made and some of the ways that I was, you know, the carrot was dangled in front of me. Let's put it that way. But I'll tell you what, they never gave me the carrot. FBI, open up! I'm saying I don't know. I don't think that's a breach. Like, they can be mad at me if they want, though. I don't, fuck them. You have to assassinate them. That's crazy, though, this Keyman clause. You know, I know that we talk about, like, Raw Fury a lot, right? Raw Fury's a pretty cool publisher. Made some pretty cool games. What they do is they share what their publishing agreements look like in their developer resources section, which is really, really good. They have a pitch deck template and an example publishing agreement. I'd be very curious to see what this looks like. I wonder if I can download it. Is this all of it, or? Yeah, so this is a really useful thing, is that they have an example publishing agreement that they give to developers, which is awesome, and I'm really curious if they have something like that. Oh, term definitions is nice. A keyman clause is a provision in a venture capital agreement that specifies that the investor can back out of the deal if a key member of the company's management team, such as the CEO or CTO, leaves the company or becomes unable to perform their duties. Faith, grant a license. Marketing, competing games. Additional publishing rights, developer funding. Don't see it here. Material breach, delivery, events, and termination. Yeah, I don't see it here. But this is pretty interesting. I thought he explained it as you cannot work on another project. Yeah, he kind of mentioned that too, but maybe that's a specific provision that he's had to work with. Does Cauldron Chronicles use blockchain? No, it does not. We will never use blockchain. I understand the no-compete clause, kinda, and why it's there, but at the same time I see it as a wild take. Like, if someone got offered a better job doing the same thing, couldn't take it due to that clause. Yeah, that's kind of scary, and I don't know, I've never heard of this. I've never heard of me working on a game that had that. You just lost most of your followers? Why? By saying my game isn't blockchain, I've lost most of my followers? What? Why would that happen? It's almost 3 a.m. and just laying in bed, and I can't even really do game dev. Oof. That's funny because I'm gonna say this. I started streaming today, and we had what? Machine learning? What would I use machine learning on? Yeah, we had 333 followers, and oddly enough, we still have 333 followers. So, I think we're okay. I think we're doing okay. Why would I want blockchain? What does that benefit? What does blockchain and NFTs, how does that benefit my customers? How does that benefit the players? Machine learning, there is some application to it, but it depends on what it's used for. Like when players go onto Steam, right? Let's pretend Cauldron Chronicles is released on Steam, right? And they're like, okay, Cauldron Chronicles, 20, 30 bucks. Okay, that seems pretty reasonable. What does it have here? Okay, so it has no microtransactions. It has no loot boxes or anything. So I just buy the game and I get it? Okay, there's no DRM. I can cheat. Interesting. I mean, do you really think that they're going to be like... What is technically stopping you from adding a powered by blockchain? I mean, because there is no blockchain in it. But like, what is it? What does it do? What do the players of my game get from blockchain technology? Like, let's say they can buy my game on GOG, DRM free. They can share it with their friends if they want. And guess what? I'm going to release a... Don't tell anyone, but I will release a pirated version of Cauldron Chronicles. Because if you're going to pirate it, I'd rather you get it from a safe source, right? That isn't going to steal your data or upload some viruses on your computer. Like, just enjoy the game. And if you can't afford it, at least play it and enjoy it and then buy it on sale in the future or something, right? And if you don't enjoy it, you didn't waste any money. So if they can get my game, you know, DRM free, what does the blockchain do for them? I mean, you mentioned I've lost most of my followers, but I'm still sitting at 333, so BitConnect. Should release it for free? I don't want to release it for free. I'm saying, because I can't. Like, this game is going to cost millions of dollars to make.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Did we? I'm not going to release it for free, but I will, you know, talk with the publisher about saying, you know what, somebody is going to upload a pirated version of our game. It's unstoppable, and I'm not going to add DRM like, you know, easy anti-cheat or what's the shitty one? De novo. I'm not going to have that. It's a waste of time. So why don't we just release a pirated version of our game officially and say, you know what, if you can't afford it, and if you want to play more than our demo is going to have, just get it here, okay? Do it safely, and I hope you enjoy the game. And in the future, if it's on a sale, you know, we would appreciate the support, but if not, that's your decision. Dig crypto on their PC while they play your game. Does it count as blockchain technology powered? Fucking Christ. A crazy take. It is. I'll say this. I don't believe people who pirate games are a lost sale. If somebody does not have the money to buy your game, but wants to play it, they will pirate it. They didn't have enough money to buy it in the first place. If somebody doesn't want to buy your game, but wants to play it, they will pirate it. And they were never going to buy your game in the first place. So, and the third major option is that if they want to try your game and you don't have a demo, even I pirate games to try them, to see if I like them. And if I do, then I end up buying them. So all I'm going to say is, okay, so let's just upload our own game for pirating. Let's have a really good demo. And let's just tell people that if you like the game, you know, please consider supporting us in the future. Simple as that. And there we go. We make fans with people who can't afford our game, either at the moment or at all, and they will still say good things about our game and say good things about us because we didn't fuck them over. We didn't treat them as if they're slob for not being able to afford our game. God forbid you choose to buy food over our game. I don't know. Started games before simply because I couldn't afford it, right? Same. But if you make it easy and safe, then a lot more people will do it, yes. Stop pirating because I'd rather not deal with potential viruses. But the thing is, if we make a good game, people will support us. It's as simple as that. If our game is worth $20 to $30 and is priced ethically across all regions, people will buy it. And anyone who can't afford it is not a lost sale. I'd rather they buy food than buy our game. Start a free game for poor people government scheme. I was like 14, I got caught by my ISP for pirating. I'm sexy and I know it. Like, bro, out of all the songs, they had to catch me on that one. Oof. Well, the thing is, the ISP only does it so that they can say, look, hey, big record chain, big, you know, HBO, we're trying to do something. But it's like, they're not really going to do anything. They're going to go after the people uploading these things, not the people downloading them. It's a scare tactic. It would just be wasting their money. They'd have to go after like half of the entire country. Yeah, no, I agree. When I was like 14, we got those too. My parents were like, why are you downloading things? And like, I was scared. But they're not going to go after it. They just do it as a scare tactic. So that they can tell HBO and all those places that they're like, hey, we're trying. But no, I'm saying this, and I will go over it even more. Oh, we don't have it here. It's in our game one. Hold on. Okay, this is the most crucial aspect. No loot boxes, no microtransactions, no NFTs, no blockchain, no premium currencies, no pay for convenience, none of that shit. It will never be in any of our games. We produce premium games, we sell them at ethical prices. You buy the game, you get the game. That's it. An easy transaction. Let's continue.
Fellow owner or founder of the company? Okay, I mean, I still think you want to avoid it. If they absolutely demand this, then use that as leverage for other things. Maybe you get to keep the code or the
That's
art
true.
or
That's a good
the
point.
intellectual property rights. But
The thing is, if they ever, like, if we signed a publishing deal and they said, hey, if you end up leaving the company, that's going to be breach of contract, I will sign that because I'm not going anywhere. And like you said, we'll use it as leverage. And if there are other people that I know aren't going to go anywhere, we might do that. But I'd also just like to avoid that. It's good to know that there's something like that that might exist in the clause. So yeah. The thing about being from the shittier part of Europe is that nobody cares that you pirate stuff. Yeah, nobody gives a fuck.
if they want this, you've got to.
But I mean, Witcher 3 had this, right? Witcher 3 pirated Reddit. There was something that a developer said. CDPR employee on piracy. There's something about it. On May the 19th, CDPR will release a 1.01 patch that will contain numerous fixes and an exe file. That will be available from the Galaxy client. You can download the patch. This will be available to everybody, not just people who bought the game. Having said that, I would really like to encourage you buying the game. Firstly, it goes towards my salary, which you may probably not care about, Drew. Secondly, if you own the game, you'll receive 16 free DLCs, which contain tons of cool stuff. Yeah. I really do hope you enjoy the game, no matter if you buy it or not. I will, however, really personally appreciate it if you purchase it. That's the way to do it. All I want is for people to enjoy my game, and I understand that not everybody is going to purchase the game, and people might find ways to get it for cheaper. I'm okay with that as long as it's safe, right? And that's why I think that releasing our own game to be the safe choice when torrenting and wanting to get our game illegally is probably the best way to do it. Because then people can know, well, you know what? I can't afford it, but I want to enjoy it, and I know that I'm downloading it from a safe place that isn't going to fuck me over. And we're not going to change the version of the game if you torrent it. That's just a lot of work for no purpose, right? There's not going to be some bug that only exists in the torrented version. It's going to be the same thing. You get to enjoy it, play it, cheat it, do whatever you want.
Get something in exchange. Similarly, there's another clause that I was unaware of, but now I'm very aware of, called the last right of refusal. Last right, not first right. Last right of refusal means the publisher is allowed to, let's say you own the IP, but they have last right of refusal on the sequel. What that means is, if the game does really well and you want to make a sequel, they can match anyone's offer. They don't have to make the first offer, but they reserve the right to make the last offer. So after you collect all these offers from other publishers who may want to put out this game, they can offer something, and as long as it at least matches your best offer, they win automatically. It's part of.
Oh, I didn't know about this. Okay, I gotta be careful about that too. I mean, look, I'll put it this way. There's no way in hell am I signing a publishing agreement when it drops onto my desk, right? I'm gonna be reading it. I'm gonna be taking it to colleagues, to other owners of companies that I trust who have signed publishing agreements, and they can tell me any red flags they see. But it's good to know these things beforehand so that I can spot them, right? We put different prices for different countries, yes, 100%. And it's very important too that we do that. So we talked about it before on Steam, but let me pull up a game. Last Epoch is good. If you go to packages on SteamDB, you can check the Valve suggested price, which is the suggested price in the country according to purchasing power and currency conversion rates, right? And the closer that these are, the closer that the current price is in this column, right here, or I'll just do it this way. The closer that this column is to this column, the better. Anything that's red is bad, and anything that's green is good for you. So Last Epoch is generally priced pretty damn well across the world. My game was just under SteamDB, was it, Zeno? Let's click on yours. Where's yours? Is it Banana Shooter? Is this it? Tapple. Oh shit, dude, your game's popping off. Holy shit, 16,000 players. Congrats. Super congrats. Oh, it's free. I was gonna complain about your pricing, but it's free. Shit. Damn it. You win this time. I believe it's a large amount of bots. Might be. I don't know how to I don't know if there is a way to combat that. You could have random captchas pop up while playing. That'll piss people off. Let's check Nier. Okay, so this is kind of an issue, right? You have a lot of red here. It, like, for instance, it costs 62% more than the recommended price in Mexico. Twice as much in Taiwan. So when you're looking at a game and if it's reasonably priced within your country, I do think that it's very important. Let me change the currency to US dollars as well. It's a bit more standardized. You want to make sure that if the developer is doing a good job, these should be blank or green. And if you look at a game like Stardew Valley, I'm going to guarantee that this game is probably mostly green or normal. Yeah. And you know why? Because the developer cares. So when we're pricing Cauldron Chronicles and all of our games, we will be probably just using this Valve suggested price. Because I think that that's the most reasonable. We don't want to fuck people over from whatever part of the world they're from. You know, here in Poland, games cost 60 euros, same as it would cost in like Great Britain or Germany, except we make a shit ton less money compared to them, and it's really unfair to Polish people. So, you know, we're just going to be a bit more reasonable about things. What's your favorite video game of all time? It's really hard to say. Really hard. It's better for me, like, what's your favorite game in this genre of all time? It's made for fun and expected 5 players, so I'm happy. You should be. That's really cool, dude. Congrats. You're on SteamDB's trending game page. That's incredible. You're not asking me about Fortnite. That's pretty cool. I hope I can be here one day. That's my hope. And maybe if I'm lucky, even in this category. Ooh, that would be pretty cool.
The contract. It's called Last Right of Refusal. Now, what you need to be aware of, which I did not, is some publishers won't deal with you. They
Minecraft Caden.
just refuse to come to the table if it involves a last right of refusal, because they're like, why would we go all the way through this negotiation process just to have some third party step in and go, yeah, we'll give you the same thing, and they automatically lose, and they can up their offer and the other company go, okay, we match that too. They just don't want to bother. They view that as a waste of their time. So if one of the things you got in your contract, if maybe you won the intellectual property rights but the publisher kept last right of refusal on the sequel, keep in mind it's going to be very hard to find another publisher. So
good to know. Very good to know.
The other thing you have to watch for is contracts usually contain the right for the publisher to terminate them at any time. And that seems kind of unbalanced, but since they're the ones paying, they may like not have money and they can't continue paying you, so they're just allowed to terminate it. Termination is different than breach. Termination is them going, the contract's over, we're just going to walk away.
Yeah, and that should mean that everything related to the game is given back to you, I believe.
We keep some stuff, you keep some stuff. Breach is you did something.
Oh no, it's not. Okay.
Terrible.
So they might keep some stuff.
There's a penalty associated with it. So
good to know.
Just so you know, the termination clauses, depending on what they are, combined with that last right of refusal, are really horrible things to have in the contract. So try to add a penalty for them terminating without cause. So if they just run out of money or for whatever reason just decide we're not going to continue with this, make sure there's some termination clause. Like if they walk away, they have to pay you like the next 3 milestone in payment. Or the IP rights revert to you. If they terminate the contract without a breach, you keep the rights. And you can put that out there and if they don't want to do that, you can be like, well, you're not going to terminate without cause, so this will never happen, right? So you might be able to get the rights that way. But let me just make sure that you...
Okay, don't play those during the video. We want to pay attention. It's surreal. I'm excited for your game because you are very talented. Oh, thank you so much, Zeno. I really appreciate that. That's exactly why we start. I don't know. I'm a very value-driven individual, right? So it's like all I want to do is make good games and sell them at an ethical price and be honest with people. Like I don't get why that's such a crazy thing in game dev, but apparently it is. So I don't know. Maybe it'll fail. I don't know.
You understand? If there's a breach clause, and a breach clause is you do something that lets them terminate with cause, make sure that breach clause is as objective as you can make it. Something like you delivered the milestone more than 10 days late. Do not make it subjective like they just decided they didn't like it. Because they can always say that. They can make anything subjective into a breach clause. And then, oh, we didn't like it. Or, you put something in that we think is people are going to find offensive. So we are marking you in breach and walking away. Now that's why Keyman is you want to avoid it because it's a very objective thing. They can go, hey, this person isn't working at your company anymore. You've breached. Another reason you want to keep it objective is there are a lot of things that can happen that, again, like the Keyman clause, that you have no control over. So if they breach because, maybe a license got lost or the price of a license went up that you have to pay for, like maybe you're using a cinematic movie player that you bought from a third party, the price goes up and they're like, oh, well, we're breaching over that. That would be a terrible thing to happen. So
that would be bullshit,
have those breach clauses be spelled out and try to keep them as objective as possible.
That's good. That's a good point, though. That's very good.
I think that's all the things about contracts. I mean, there's a lot of other things. You should have a good lawyer, have a lawyer review it. Don't just listen to me. But I would say those are the big things I'd be concerned about when you're entering into a contract with a publisher. I mean, there's a lot of other things, what percentage you get in royalty and when those kick in and all the other rights you're going to be negotiating. But those are the big ones, I think, that what I've just said. So hopefully this will help you if you're going to be negotiating with a publisher on a contract.
I like that. That's pretty cool. That was very helpful. Guys, please give Tim Cain some more subs. He makes so many good videos. I mean, I have so many added to my watch list. Like, I want to know what like game flavor is. I think we need to watch like high level design direction. Or did we watch that one? I don't remember. No, we did watch that one. Writing characters, selling a game design spec is great. We could watch that. So he makes so many awesome videos and shares so much knowledge and does it in a very concise, entertaining way. I really like it. Although I just got into the whole dev scene because Pirate Software is the only other person I found with similar values and morals. That is scary, Xeno TV. There's no way. There's like nobody else on this on Twitch game dev that just wants to like make good games and not fuck players over. Oh, our problem is fixed. Look at that. Okay, fixing our DDR cache actually fixed the issue. For people who weren't here when we were resetting our derived data cache, we fixed the texture issues here. Yay! Let me check all of them just in case. Oh, it looks so much better. We're back. Definitely the biggest. That's why I found out Twitch even had a category for this. Yeah, he is the biggest. It's crazy how many people watch Pirate Software. I hope that we can, once our game starts really popping off, that we can get some people to partake in the channel. World is crazy. It is crazy. Fuck yeah, look, it looks great. We have all the problems fixed. Thank the Lord. Okay. If we see any of those issues again, we will just repeat the... I don't know, we'll delete our derived data cache and just regenerate shaders again. I suppose it makes sense. We've been working on it for a long time and we haven't really touched our intermediate folder. No, it looks good. We're back in business. Alright, let's do a little bit more testing of Spoon's stuff. Or was there one other issue? There was... Oh yeah, I should put that in there. Hold on. I'm going to add that just before I forget. That's the wrong one. You love this look? Thank you so much. We don't crunch. Want to retain IP. Control all socials. Minimal NDAs. I will make this a little bit smaller. Owns all arts and code associated with the game's development. And if a publisher doesn't like that, they can go elsewhere. Sorry. You know how some get stuck in your head? You have that right now? Where the fuck is the butter? What the fuck? The one thing I don't like is that the music just kind of like starts playing the moment you go into the game. They fix that. Or have it like fade in a little bit. I can do this. Delay. Random float and range, and we'll just do between 5 and 15 seconds. Or we'll do 10 and like 20 seconds. Good enough. Where'd you get the name Microraptor? Good question. We just kind of thought of a name that would sound kind of like fun and not too serious. You know, like, we didn't want it to sound corporate, right? And we didn't want a logo that looked corporate. Because we were never planning, we don't plan to be a corporation. We plan, hopefully, to be a privately owned game development studio. We don't have a venture capitalists. We don't have investors. We don't have shares even as a company. I own the company as the sole owner of it, and we hope to at least keep it within ownership within the developers of the company themselves, so that there's no outside pressure to make money by a certain quarter. And if we have a publisher, that's our only business partner and the only weight when it comes to determining whether or not something happens with the company or the game. And you place an octopus living between two kingdoms. You can help travelers by giving them potions that you have to brew. It's a good way to put it. And you can change their fates by doing that. So, you know, just by like talking with a character, you might open up a new encounter to spawn. Little things you say might be remembered. You may change their fate, and that could change the fate of an entire kingdom or of another character. So it's very much like a role-playing game, an immersive sim / role-playing game mixed with some adventure stuff, right? Is there an end goal or finish? Yeah, release the game. Or do you mean like with the entire company? It should take 10 to 20 seconds before it plays that first song. There we go. Okay, so for the player, we plan to have a larger plot relating to this corruption that is spreading throughout the land, and you have to find a way to cure it with your potions. So at every new moon, so because we have moon cycles, right? Let's go over to the moon. We have different moon phases. When the night is the darkest, when there's a new moon, the corruption will spread to a new biome. And within that biome, there will be an altar that you can perform a ritual to either cleanse the corruption or to spread it even further. Each of those having drawbacks or positive effects for the game. And if you can find a way to cure it completely from the entire land, you complete the story. And then you have different endings for each of the NPCs and the kingdoms as well, because that's kind of like the main focus of the game is these NPCs and how do their stories end up, because they're the main characters. So you'll have like an epilogue with title cards or cutscenes and some narration of what happened to them. And you can compare that with other players, and we can maybe allow players to optionally connect to a server where we can store that information, kind of like a Telltale game. So we'll see how it all works out. What is the name of the world? We don't even have a name for the world yet. My focus is more on just getting the core systems of the game working and feeling good. And we could arguably fit this whole alchemy premise into a variety of different scenarios with different tones and systems of magic. So my first focus is let's just get the systems going, and then we can start to implement this some of the more backstory and lore into it. I wonder if developing a story-based game makes it less appealing due to the amount of story and character spoilers. We're going to try to find a way to avoid that, but that is definitely a worry. You know, Larian was doing Act 1 of Baldur's Gate 3, and I don't think it made the game less appealing. So maybe if we can, once we get more people, if we can develop like the start of how these characters are and what the story is going to be, and then in the background we kind of keep it a bit secret of where these characters are going to end up and go. That way you get a bit of, oh shit, nice catch. You get a bit of a teaser of what these characters are and where they're going.
Wake up.
But you never really know the full story. The game is the NPCs and the choice system, I understand. Yes. Yeah, the storytelling is our core pillar, right? Is our primary pillar. Damn, golden crown. Queen Cersei over here. So in our GDD, we have 3 pillars. We have the alchemy, of course, the open world, and the storytelling. And for me, the storytelling is the most important pillar that we have. I think this is what makes the game unique compared to other alchemy games. Every single alchemy game has alchemy. Obviously, a lot of alchemy games have open world. Very few of them actually double down in the storytelling and make the characters that you meet have different outcomes, more like a visual novel or an RPG, that even the little things you say to them can change their fate. Or maybe you purposefully give someone poison and tell them it's a health potion. That can change their fate as well. So, it's not just what you do, it's what you say. And it's not just what you say, it's what you do. For instance, if you don't talk to Spoon, right, our goblin, there's a lot of dialogue that you'll miss out on with him, and there's even... Hold on, wait for his shaders to compile. There's entire encounters that you won't have with him if you don't, for instance, learn that he lost a race to a rat man. You can convince him to completely do a rematch for that race. You can... If you tell him that he shouldn't let more violent races into his shop, he doesn't end up getting married and having a kid. And this is a whole change to his character. You can get him jailed purposefully or accidentally. So he's alive, but he's in jail. You have to manually code all the different pathways? Yes. Yes. But I can tell you for Spoon here, and this is a very rough representation of the current flowchart. Where's the... No, that's not it. Hold on. That's the wrong one. Here it is. So these are all the different endings for Spoon currently. Our prototype character that is just meant to showcase what we can do with the system, right? We have multiple ways you can get him killed, either through potions or through negligence, let's just say. You can tell him to fuck off at any point and never come back. Or you can lead him down encounters where he just doesn't want to do business with you anymore. Or optional encounters that you can only find out through dialogue. If you laugh at his dreams, for instance, of opening a pawn shop, he just won't tell you that he's going to open a pawn shop anymore. He won't talk about it. And at the end of 3A and 3B, he will not return to do encounter, I think it's encounter 6, actually. There is an almost swastika, yes. It's very sus down there. So it gets harder and harder the further in the game you go. To some extent, yes, but also no. So the way that we're going to be designing the narrative is that not all characters interact with each other, right? As you are an alchemist and you are kind of isolated, it's not like all these characters know each other. So, Spoon going off and opening a pawn shop doesn't really affect a farmer in a nearby village who is looking for some cure for his daughter, right? There's no connection here. There doesn't have to be a connection, but we might add some connections between characters that can be affected by this, right? So maybe you can convince, or if you don't help Spoon get his gold back, he actually ends up going and joining an adventuring party. Well, if he does that, we've saved that choice, right? We have that boolean in the system now, and we can then say, okay, now spawn the encounter, a hidden side encounter of meeting his adventuring party, and he's in that. And that you can talk to an entire party of characters, help them with some potions, and you can then meet Spoon again and ask how he's doing. Neat realistic from the player's perspective, but looks like a nightmare to work with? Yes. We need a lot of narrative designers and writers. Very good ones. So much content a player might not see? Yes. That's very true. I don't want players to see everything. In fact, I don't want players to agree with all of the characters I don't want them to see all the characters. I don't want them to see all the encounters. If I could just give a rough estimate, I want the player to see maybe half to 60% of the game's content in one run. Maybe even less than that. Depends on how much money we're able to put into this. But you know, that's what I think makes choice-based games so interesting, is that if they actually have consequences, right? If your dialogue doesn't have consequences and you can just say whatever you want, there's nothing wrong with Mass Effect. But I'll tell you what, most of the things you say just result in different dialogue at that time, and then it kind of continues going forward, right? I still enjoy it. If you know what you're getting into, I don't think you're disappointed. I think you're only disappointed if the game is doing something different than you expected, right? So when we say that choices matter, and when a lot of games say choices matter, it doesn't actually matter. But when we say it, I want it to actually matter, to where if you just tell a character, no, I don't want to do business with you, I don't like what you believe in, sorry, don't come back, that's it. Like, they're not going to come back. If you give him poison when you should be giving him a health potion, he'll just die. Okay? That's it. Character's dead, gone. Oh, the title still says that. Okay, hold on, let me fix that. Testing character dialogue. Thanks for mentioning that. Here goes Michael. Throw Heartbound is supposedly also turbo complex in the tiniest of ways. Yeah, I really like systems that are, you know, simple but deep, easy to understand, hard to master. And I think that it's easy to get into the alchemy system, but then when you're like, okay, well, I can drink this myself, I can use it in the open world, I can throw it at enemies, or I can give it to customers, and the game reacts to those decisions. I mean, that's pretty cool. If you use a specific ingredient in a potion for Spoon, he tastes it. We have specific dialogue written so that he actually tastes that ingredient usage, right? I can show you what some of the dialogue looks like. Where is it? Story. Let's take a look at 2B, for instance. Kurwa. What'd you catch? Until Dawn is a game I was thinking when something says every choice matters. Like I mentioned the butterfly effect way too many times for a pretty linear game. Yeah, I think what Until Dawn did well was it was a kind of campy game where you could get everybody killed. Jesus Christ, 804 gold. What the fuck? Wild. You know, 3A, for instance, you have different reactions based on whether an effect was provided. You have specific things here that are only relevant if you talk to him casually about some things. In his lore loop, we have a lot of choices that are saved when you talk to Spoon that you will only get and only unlock by talking to him about his dreams, his family, his friends, his fears, right? And I think that's a really important thing, is when we say, hey, choices matter, your dialogue matters. Every little thing you say can, it won't always, but it can affect the way that they think about you or talk to you. You still hate 2B, Raptor. I don't like the layout of 2B as a dialogue, but it works. Only junk left in the lake, right? The queen. She's my queen. I don't want it. I think dialogue 6 is... Yeah, there's a lot written that if he doesn't have the wife and kid, it's like you just miss out on this. And I think these kinds of interactions make an NPC special, is where you actually feel like you have a connection with them, and that they remember all the things you talk to them about. and arguably was what made Starfield Companions actually, to some extent, feel pretty realistic, is that there were a lot of times small dialogue about philosophy, about the way they're living their lives, about choices that they should make in their life, actually had an impact. And I didn't always feel that with, like, Baldur's Gate 3, for instance, especially in the Act 3. It was a game where actions seemed to matter more than words. Which you could say is okay, but I really like to, in RPG games, where words matter more, or matter just as much as actions, right? I mean, we all remember, like, some of the things that maybe our teachers said to us, especially if they were kind of, you know, like, we didn't like what was said. I mean, we all remember arguments we've had that were really bad, things we regret not saying, or that we do regret saying to other people. For sure, the conversations you have with people 100% matter. And I think a good RPG game is one where your conversations matter. Where just sitting down and saying, you know what? You can do it. I believe in you. Can give that person a little bit of that motivational boost to do something extraordinary. And that can happen in our game. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I appreciate it. Let me in. Got a Wahoo. Sounds like a Sims thing. Talking about game philosophy chat. Yeah, it's pretty much true. That's exactly it. I pay money to go to your TED Talk. I've been thinking of doing a talk at game dev conferences. I might do one next year. I thought this year might be a little bit too soon, but I think next year I could do one. About, like, ethics in gaming. Oh no. I thought it was playing 2 music tracks, and I forgot we're still listening to Oblivion music. But yeah, I might do a talk next year about ethics, but I felt like it'd be a bit more reasonable if we had, like, a game to show. So I might maybe share some of my findings of how, for instance, like, the community is reacting to some of the promises we give. I don't know. We'll see what it is. Big Mama Pickle. What the fuck? I wanted to fix that, that issue too with the text kind of blinking in and out. It's not doing it right now though. It's not doing it anymore. Whatever. Oh no, it's still kind of doing it. Speeches are quite costly, aren't they? No, I can volunteer for a speech. So we have a local game dev conference here in Poland called Digital Dragons, and I can just submit a presentation that I want to do, like a 30-minute talk, and then it'll go up on YouTube for free afterwards. But I'd really want to talk about, like, game practice, ethical game practices, and holy shit, you know how, okay, this is gonna sound a little weird. You know, like, the memes of, like, rage boners? And hold on before you get really upset. Before you say, like, huh, in chat, okay? It would be really, really funny to just call out bullshit practices right in the room with people that I sometimes know, because I've been in Poland for like 5 years. The Polish game dev community is very tight-knit. I know some of these people. And I know the ones that are doing some dirty stuff and the ones that aren't. I would not hold back. Okay? You guys know me. I do not hold my words back. I'm not going to name names, but I'm going to be like, yeah, there are companies here in Poland that just fake some bullshit. They lie to players. And I think they're scummy. This is hot takes only. It's what we're here for, right? True. Okay, take this. Take this spoon. 3:30 a.m. Bilet for the game dev community. What does that mean? Something ticket. But here's the thing, I started my own company. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I micro-raptor games when it could have been hot take games. They're pretty good. Really gotta head to bed. No worries, Cade. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate you being around here. Bye-bye. Exile. I don't give a fuck. Look, okay, the people who exile me in game dev for saying that I want to treat players like humans and not like living, breathing wallets. Why would I want to work for those companies anyway? You know, like, whatever. I don't give a shit. Thanks for answering all my questions, no matter how dumb. There's no dumb questions. Especially in game dev. They're just dumb ideas. No, I'm kidding. Oops, didn't expect that poison not to work. Sorry, Spoon. Time to steal. Let's go. Sour invisibility. Okay. I should go. Only dumb answers by rap. That's true. Yeah, don't take everything I say as truth. Most of the shit that I spout in here, most of the shit that spews out of my mouth on a daily basis is my opinion, including the stuff I say about like places that I've worked before, right? They were my experience, but you know how values driven I am, right? And people who are just like, it's business, might be like, oh, there's no problem. The company's pretty great. It's just me. Visibility 3. Yummy. American dream is strong. Yeah, I actually do believe in the American dream. It's just becoming harder and harder to realize. What I seem to find, like, I'm no expert, I'm no historian, but what it seems to me is that number one, people seem to gravitate around the most passionate individuals in a matter. It doesn't matter what. It can be politics, you'll gravitate around the most passionate individuals. If you're at a knitting club, people will tend to gravitate and think highly of passionate individuals, as long as they're reasonable people. Well, it's not always the case, though, in history, right? Hitler. But either way. And on top of that, I think people have a stronger attraction to those who stick by their values, whatever that is. So I think I have a good combination that if I can find somebody that can handle the business side of things, because I suck at like business stuff, and I can just be creative director and designer for our games, that I think we have a pretty good combo and strategy for making players look at us and say, I trust them because they have not given me any bullshit. Like, sometimes they might have bad takes, they might make a mistake, but they don't lie about it, right? Like, they may introduce a bug in their game, but they fix it. They price their games ethically. They've never put some bullshit DLC in their game that wasn't worth the value. I don't know. We kind of squint. If you kind of squint, you look like a snail. The mass on your back is your shell. What? Oh, this? the chair? I love it. It has more to do with charisma. That could be true. Passion drove the world. Warhammer 40k nerds would be alpha breeding stuff. Fair point. Fair point. Hey Spoon, how's it going? Okay, so he was invisible. He couldn't get the safe open because we didn't give him the luck potion, but it was good. And he brought us back some snails, seashell, and emerald ore. Love it. Looks good. Deep slate, right? Yeah. These are just placeholder, by the way. For anybody wondering. Okay, he wants to open a pawn shop. Awesome. Okay, perfect. Let's say goodbye. I want to see if what he says when he comes back. Okay, we didn't convince him to open his pawn shop to everybody. So when he comes back, he shouldn't talk about his wife and kids, because he doesn't have one in this timeline. Doing well. Opened his pawn shop. People are loving it. Shop's doing great. Look after ladle and teaspoon. We shouldn't know about that. So that is a bug in Dialogue Thief 6. Don't think there are any finalized assets at all. No, there aren't. There might be some things that we do use in the final version of the game. For instance, like rocks. In fact, I think a lot of these rock assets are pretty damn good. And you know, it's like, why make your own when we have some nice ones here? But other things we would replace and have on our own. You know, like this doesn't fit with the vibe, so it's like, meh. Use the nanite tree. This tree is probably the most optimized thing in my scene right now. Which is wild because it has like 500,000 triangles. 200,000, 250,000. It's crazy. If you want to rally people behind you, it's best just be quiet about most topics. Thus, I don't know if it really is your thing. I don't think that's true. I mean, maybe it is true. But do I want to be the kind of person who doesn't say what they're thinking just so that people like me? I don't think so. I think my goal is just to have reasonable takes. And I know that how do you define that, right? Everybody's got a different view of what's reasonable and what isn't. I don't mind changing my mind. I don't mind being wrong. But I don't like the idea, because one of the reasons I started my own company is so that I could say what I felt. And when I could shit on some of the bullshit practices that AAA does, I wouldn't get in trouble with like my employer, right? Because now I'm speaking kind of on behalf of the company, and now I make the company look bad, right? When I own my own company, I can do whatever the fuck I want. So yeah. What? Hamilton, tell me anything. If you stand for nothing, what do you fall for? That's a good quote. I agree. And I don't like the people who are just out there to pander. Like, oh, I'm going to say the thing people want me to say. I'm going to support the causes people want me to support. Because they're popular to support, that means that I will gain more interest, right? Me publicly saying that I am not an ally for LGBTQ people, of course I have to define what that means. It just means I don't like putting myself behind groups that have no leader and purpose and that can pull in a lot of people that might have extreme views, even though a lot of them might not. I don't like supporting groups that don't have set rules, a leader with values that I agree with, and that don't punish their own for doing bad things. But I know that saying that is going to make people automatically going to think, oh, that means that you hate gay people. You hate the gays. No, it's one of my favorite porn categories, okay? It's when I type in girl kissing girl, okay? I love it. It's wonderful. I think it's a magical thing. Don't clip that. You have an audience, but you're limited to a certain amount of people. Check Taylor Swift. You can't have this many followers if you have a political opinion. Yeah, but I don't mind upsetting people. If people are upset with some of my opinions, I mean, that's on them. It's my platform. What a boy kissing boy. The thing is, there are some really, really hot dudes out there. I'm not homosexual. But under the right circumstances, with the right amount of alcohol, with the right hot dude, I don't know, some things might happen. There's some really hot dudes out there, and especially in anime, there are so many hot anime dudes. It's like, holy shit, I have a boner right now. I don't know how to say it. I can appreciate hotness. I can appreciate a good-looking dude. That's weird. The choices here are set up properly, so I don't know what's going on. Holy shit, I have a boner right now. Make that a sound redeem. Yeah, sorry for anybody at work, by the way. Like, I'm not gonna watch... I don't know, it's like I'm not gonna watch some, yaoi or something. But that doesn't mean that they don't make some really hot guys and put them in yaoi, right? I mean, most shonen is essentially just yaoi. You have Naruto and Sasuke kissing in the 3rd episode of Naruto, okay? Shonen is just yaoi for kids. This is set up correctly. We should not have gotten that. Dialogue option. Oh no, that's not the one. Hold on. This one. Okay, I see. This is the issue. These ones are set up correctly. This one is not. That's a take, right? Look, sometimes you also have to keep in mind that sometimes I purposefully will say ridiculous things because I think it's funny. And I do this more when I'm in like groups of people. But I will sometimes just deadpan say the most ridiculous thing ever because it sounds super funny out of context. You can always ask me if I really mean what I just said. But there's some times where I just say the stupidest thing because it is just really fucking funny. The more shocking, the better, too. I really like shock value. Save choice. See how I bait for girls to write fanfics. It's true. I mean, I think to some extent, depending on the age group, I think it's fine. Like, I think that raising a kid to just think any 2 consenting adults can love each other is fine. That's what the point of being an adult is, and having freedom. So I don't think there's like any reason that you would have to prevent a kid from, I don't know, like, like some people want to like ban books talking about like gays and stuff in school libraries. Bro. Are we back to banning books? Is banning books back in fashion again? Is this really what we're doing? Don't ban books, but age restrict. I think that there are some things, right? Like yes, if the book specifically is pornographic in nature, right? Like it has explicit images. I think there is a reasonable thing to say the version of this book with illustrations probably a bit too much for certain age groups, right? Like maybe under high school. But maybe, you know, there's plenty of books that include loving and sexual acts that I think when written about in it's not a smut book, like an actual just porn book, but more that it's written in more like a reasonable manner that younger age groups could, with a good teacher, understand, and you know it can kind of be like an introduction to some of that development. I think that's okay. What are we talking about? I think books should be banned. We're talking about, I guess, should books be banned or age restricted for kids? Rating so heavily? Yeah, I can hear it. Definitely hear it. So I don't really believe that books should be banned. But I think age restriction to some extent is fine. You know, and there's a big difference between a book that is for health, like sexual health, right, where your anatomy, and a book that is literally just like the Kama Sutra. I don't think the Kama Sutra should be in kids' libraries, right? Age restriction on porn doesn't work, yes, but age restriction on porn is put there as a way to defend. Like it is not only is it a legal requirement, but it is saying if you want to break this rule, you have to choose to do that. And I feel like taking a book, purposefully putting a book like, let's just say the Kama Sutra, in a fucking children's library, that is a conscious choice to put that book there. The kid is not seeking it out. You are putting it there. If that makes sense. Makes it more attractive for the underage. Same with smoking and drinking, ideally it's a tool to incentivize the adults to... Yeah. You know, if I know that I don't have a kid, so I'm not going to be the best person to ask on this, but at a certain point, if a kid is asking these things, it is the parent's responsibility to explain that in a way that the kid will understand. And if, you know, we have a kid, I'm sure at some point they're going to ask, you know, how is a baby made? You know, why does this kid have two dads or two mothers? You know, and we have to explain the difficult realities of life. It's not really a difficult reality in that case, but just the different realities, I guess is the right word for this. And that overly sexualized books shouldn't be in libraries, kids sections, of course. Yeah, but they're going to get their hands on the stuff either way. I agree. I don't think you can stop it. I just think that you can contextualize it and you can supervise it, right? So, for instance, I know a lot about computers. I can easily make it so that when our kid goes onto a certain site like that, I can be aware that, hey, my kid is now looking at porn. And I just need to be more careful about, okay, now we're entering this phase of this kid's life where maybe we need to have that chat, maybe we need to sit down and say, you know what, like, I'm not going to be able to stop you from seeing this. You have a smartphone, you have access to computers, you have friends. But, you know, here's what you need to be careful about. Do not do any of this of Act A, B, and C until you are an adult. I'll put the fear of God in me and my brother against drinking and smoking stuck with me for a very long time. But ease of access needs some brain cells to go around some restrictions, yeah. So standardization of how restrictions are enforced. No, but it is the parent's responsibility, right? And a lot of parents just say, well, it's the teacher's responsibility. For what? Huh? Yeah, put the mess down your dick as a contraceptive. A lot of parents are incompetent. And I'm not saying that I'm gonna like give my kid a smartphone and not use like parental controls, but I do think that at a certain point, I don't know when we all learned about some, you know, sexual stuff in school, right? I'm not trying to like dive into that and make this a weird conversation, but I'm pretty sure there was some stuff in elementary school, like late elementary school, where we were starting to learn it, and middle school, it was already there. Like I already knew about it, and now it was a whole new world of wonder. I'll search for naked women around like age 12, yeah. Even women with like in their underwear. Ooh. Ooh. At one point on my phone, I don't remember. Oh God, what was her name? I think it was Carrie Underwood. In her younger years, I had a photo of her in her underwear as the background of my phone when I was in like middle school. Okay. So maybe it wasn't my phone, it was my MP3 player. I think it was my MP3 player. My Zune HD. It was my Zune HD. You guys remember this shit? It was this bad boy. The Zune HD. Ooh, this was great. This was a good thing. Someone clip that. Watching the panty and stacking anime in 5th grade. I was watching Happy Tree Friends. I know that's not like sexual in nature, but you know. Watching Happy Tree Friends. I was getting R-rated movies on pay-per-view on my grandparents' TV, and so I could see boobies in a movie. That was pretty great. It's so shiny. Why is this all so shiny? What's this material? Shiny as dicks. Dude, it's reflecting the light. It's rock. Well, now it just looks more shiny. Marks go out from the chat topics, right? I didn't know dicks were shiny. It's pretty shiny. Random dongs on, oh yeah, on Skype and like on Omegle. How many of us, come on, raise your hand, how many of us went on Omegle to talk to people? And you know, you had to swim through a sea of dicks. A sea of them. So many penises on Omegle. Probably a good thing that got shut down. Okay, it was a lake of dicks. You didn't, interesting. It's probably a good thing. And then you finally found that other like 13 or 14-year-old that was just like you and you could talk about stuff. And then you grew up and you're like, it's probably an FBI agent. I was probably just talking to a 40-year-old FBI agent dad who was trying to catch people hitting on minors. I mean, it's less shiny. But I want to plug in something to the roughness. First suiting on Omega was funny. Oh boy, here we go. Is the normal map actually doing anything? I mean, these look shiny too. Does give it a bit more pop, doesn't it? Meh. Curious what this looks like. Should make it look very matte. Probably worse than it did before. I mean, it's about the same, to be honest. See it there. How much it reflects. And like before we had it hooked up to this. Maybe it wasn't that bad, but it was it's pretty shiny. I think it's because default metallic is 0.5, isn't it? I mean, either way, that's just, it looks wet at a certain point. A bit too reflective. Let's try this. Just a little bit. Just subtle enough, right? Nah, like, for, you know, maybe this is a bit digging up some old topic, but for the first time in a long time, I feel good because I don't feel restricted in the things that I can say. And I don't feel like I'm hurting some company with people that I do care about because I stand up for my values, right? And I know that a lot of the people that I worked with also agreed to my values, but it was like, well, you know, we can't say this thing because it'll hurt the company, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, it got out of hand at some point. I don't know how to put it. I just saw people that didn't seem like they were living their own life. It's like they were working on somebody else's dream. If that makes sense. Like they're not making their own decisions. They're just making somebody else's decisions. They're going to work each day and living by somebody else's values. But working is, to some extent, I think if we hire people that have the same values as us, we can avoid that. Mostly. Not entirely, but mostly. Because we'll be hiring people that have the same views as us. Plants should be a little bit different. These plants are still very shiny. Struggling with design decisions. Story of my life, Lazarla. But you can share them if you want. I get, I get it, Lazy Fangs. Like, I don't know. I get that some people are happy with that, they're okay with it. For me, though, I can't imagine going to work each day and pushing forward someone else's dream. Yeah, it's like for you, that's exactly how it works, and it's an arrangement that you're happy with. And I know people like that. They're like, I just do whatever I'm told at work, and then I go home and I can work on my own games and projects the way that I want. And I think that for a lot of people that is a very okay trade-off, and they're happy with it. For me, I couldn't be happy going to work and doing someone else's bidding. You want to put it like that. Okay, this one's shiny. This one's shiny. These are shiny. Stairs are okay, so whatever these are. RPG Maker MZ has a very few default art for a forest. It makes sense. They need to include as much variety as possible. Unfortunately, that leaves me with only a few options for tiling in a decent looking way. Come on, something that looks good and makes sense in the map, but doesn't fit with the rest of the game art-wise. Do you also have the Kenny assets, by the way? Because he might have some tile packs. Or be pixel art, wouldn't it? He has some stuff. Hey Frosty Way, some people don't have the luxury to live of pushing their own dream forward and they need to pay their bills. That's also true. I mean, right now I don't make any money. So we're kind of not doing too well financially. But I've taken it upon myself to try pushing my dreams forward either way. Needs to be specifically formatted, okay. I mean, either way, I'll share with you this asset pack because it is, it's $20. And you get every single thing that I just showed, all of it. 3D models, 2D pixel art, vector art, input icons, UI elements, audio sounds, prototype assets, so, either for you or for people who don't know, excellent assets here. I think juniors too, when I was a junior, if you're a junior in the industry, you kind of just have to accept what you're given. Unfortunately. And it sucks, but it is the way it is. Okay, that solved all the pillars. Last one of these walls. Yeah, okay, last one. Why there wasn't a master material for this pack, I don't know. But whatever, it's prototype. It's gonna be deleted. It looks a bit more natural. It should look more natural when it rains too. Could do with some noise for roughness, but whatever. Let it render some shaders here. Get some custom art made once the game is done. It's not super important anyway. That's true. All I know is I don't really judge other people for what they want to do in game dev, but when we hire employees, we will be very, very careful to hire people with the same values and dream that we have. And that way we have people who share that vision, and we can create a culture that accurately reflects our goals as a company. Or a team that accurately reflects our goals. It's weird that there's raindrops on these tiles, but not on these stairs. I'm not gonna fix it, but it's just kind of weird. Might be due to the collision. Yeah, it looks good. And snow looks fine as normal. Cool. Yeah, it looks good. Or Twitch chat. Maybe I can ask you guys, what in chat, for the lurkers and the active chatters, you want to share, what got you into game development? What makes you interested in it? That's actually one of the first things that we ask anybody interested in joining our team as well. Which is not common, by the way. You will very... I've never been asked that in an interview. Why am I in game development? But I like to ask people that because I want to know what their long-term goal is. You know, it's if you're choosing to work with us and for us, you know, are you planning to stay here permanently? Are you planning to go somewhere else? What is it about you? These are all hovering too. Gotta fix that. Do. Sculpt. Why is the FPS so low? Why is this so low? And is it doing some shader stuff? Oh yeah, it is doing some shader stuff. Okay, ignore that. Oh wait. There we go. Don't remember exactly what started it. I've gone through so many off and on phases with it. Same. Just enjoy the whole process, the art, the coding, but then I get to show my friends and family the cool thing I made. It feels like a win on all accounts. Yeah, for me, showing the players, or like, you know, seeing players be happy with what I've made is the greatest reward that I could ask for. But I've also gone through phases where it's usually when it's just tough, you know, when I've gone like many months without getting a job, or even longer. You know, sometimes a year, over a year, where you just start to wonder, like, what's the point? Why do I bother? I could just go get a normal job and it'd be way less stressful. But I always come back to game dev. Not foliage. Landscape paint. Grass empty. It's gonna get rid of the grass around these, so it looks a bit more natural. It's like showing your friends a movie you like and watching their face reaction. But with this, it's like you can be in the movie. It's true. Yeah. I know for watching people, for instance, back when I was like working in Darkest Dungeon and making a mod for Darkest Dungeon as well. Watching people beat the game, you know, on things that I had worked on or things that I had balanced, or for the mod that I worked on, watching people beat the story of my mod was just an incredible feeling. I'll fix the landscape in a second with those. I can always modify the mesh rotation too. As long as the grass isn't being a dick. It kind of would be nice if we had our own grass mesh as well. I don't mind this grass, but I'm not a huge fan of it either. You have a company set up for your game dev in Poland. Not in Poland. It is technically through US, Wisconsin. Looks good. Ew. Not good. Okay, problem solved. Alright, that's better. Earning money from games sold on Steam taxed hard. I don't know anything about taxes abroad. The worst part about selling a game on Steam is that Valve takes 30%. So if your game sells for $10, Valve takes 3 of that. And then after that, you'd be taxed probably another, I don't know, 15-20%. Are you using nanite for optimization, or are you using something else? Nanite for a lot of them, a lot of the things here, especially like the meshes back here, these, although they're pretty low poly, so it doesn't really do much, right? Nanite for the rocks, and especially the big strong tree. I don't think we are. Here's the thing, like nanite is really helpful for getting high quality meshes into a scene, but most of our meshes are pretty like low to medium poly anyway. So even if I enable nanite, they won't do much because it's not really rendering that many triangles anyway. Now, it's really good for like this tree because this tree is 250,000 triangles, right? Very high quality mesh. The texture is not the highest quality, but the mesh itself is very high quality. So nanite works exceptional here. We can visualize it. Visualize. Where's nanite? Yeah, you can see it here. Like, it's doing a lot of work on this tree. I mean, I have it enabled on some things, but for the most part, it doesn't do much. I mean, you can see that the triangles aren't really changing because it's not having to render that much anyway. And if they get far enough away, there are already LODs set up on the mesh, so they're already pretty optimized. If you have good LODs, you don't really need to use nanite, but if you don't, nanite replaces LODs. So it's still useful in certain things, but not as much as you'd think. And I guess I didn't put it on the big ones. I thought I'd put it on these, but I didn't. I can enable it. Landscape nanite. I don't have landscape nanite enabled. Can you do that? Enable nanite. Save all. Commit changes. Adjusted some materials and fixed some dialogue issues. Redid collision on desert rocks, on some desert rocks. I mean, we'll see if nanite helps with the landscape. I'm willing to try it. I think my main problem with my scene's performance is actually in the shaders. Character name awesome, thanks man. It is a very unfortunate placement for his arrow. Let's try it. Let's do some nanite stuff, see if it helps anything. However, just note that my computer that I'm working on is very CPU bound. Very bad CPU. So, it might help, but just not that much. build the landscape. Should I just build the landscape or should I build all of it? We'll just start with the landscape. We'll see how it looks. I never really thought about the landscape with nanite. I was focusing so much on the meshes that I forgot, well... I mean, the landscape. Something new. Oh, is it really? With 5.4? I didn't know that. I know that they did skeletal meshes too, I think with 5.4. Or that's something they want to do with 5.5. I don't remember. While that's building, I'm going to open up the windows and see if it's any better outside, because I'm sweating my ass off in here. Whew. A little bit better. Oh. No, ignore that. That's... ignore that. Fuck these errors. These don't matter. I don't know exactly, but I saw it a day ago. Hey, Moonlighter TV, how you doing? It is gotta rebuild the shaders. Let it do it. And while it's doing that, I will enable nanite on these meshes as well, these terrain. That one has nanite support, but does it... Does it? Oh yeah, here's our cat. That is a cat. Okay, don't question it. I always forget he's there. Nice cat, thank you. That's what all the ladies say. Wait. Thing is, these already have decent LODs. They're pretty optimized. Like what? 14,500 triangles. Actually, that doesn't have any LODs, does it? Still, it's only 15k triangles. I doubt any performance problems are happening because of that. Now, I don't know if I can do it on my trees, though, because they are moving. I don't really know. I just know moving things may not help. And you don't want to have a lot of overdraw, and I feel like there might be some issues. But I can check. You know, if we're just going to be enabling a whole bunch of nanite right now, I can do it. Can be some graphic glitch, but for test you can try it. Yeah, I can enable it on like one tree, and if I see some issues with that tree, then we'll pull out. I think I've done all the terrain. I guess I can check. Bridges can have nanite. We do it for these planks. Like the only usage of these in the world. Actually, I don't think that's true. That's not the only usage. There's also some up here. Foliage like grass. You can enable nanite for like all this grass? Really? No. Really? No way. And it'll look good without having issues? I think we use these clumps. I mean, I can always revert them if there's issues. Tested it and it's working fine. Okay. I'm down for it. Might help me increase the view distance on them. Should be pretty cool. They do. Okay. The waving doesn't work on them if they have nanite. It is a bit of an issue. A better question would be, how do they do their wind effect? Yeah, look for the Dreamscape Tower. It's either Dreamscape Tower or Dreamscape Meadow. And if you, it was a very, very old free asset pack. Based on this master material, where's the cloud waves? It's wave speed, that's not wind though. It is virtual texturing, and that might be causing some issues. I do not know. Wait, hold on. Back. Okay, it's working now. I just resaved the master material and the wind appears to be back. Okay, that's a good thing. A good first step. Looks normal. Check the FPS. The problem is my FPS sucks because my CPU is terrible. I have a 4070 GPU in here, so it can handle the C no problem, but the CPU sucks, so I can't really test well if I get like a boost in FPS because of it. Unfortunately. I guess I could check some of the GPU stats though. It's definitely a little bit better. We still have a lot of issues with shadows. I think shadow resolution is a bit too high. Potentially. Or too many things are casting shadows. Taking even shadows down to medium helps a lot. But I think that gets rid of grass shadows. Yeah. Which, I mean, arguably, I don't think you need the grass casting shadows. Or maybe not. Oh, it's shading. Hold on. Wrong thing. Oh no, none of them have shadows casting. But for certain that is the biggest hit to our GPU usage is shadows. As it is with many games. Taking those down to medium helps a lot. And setting DLSS to balanced is nice too. Yeah, that's pretty good. DLSS off. Shadows high. Could be worse. Make it look like a potato. That'll help the GPU. Oh, let me just compile 900 shaders real quick. Waifu mode activate, jiggle physics on, moon gravity mode. Oh no. We'll do potato mode with DLSS at ultra performance. That'll make the game look good. Not having boring menus. Our menu has to be boring. Weird, DLSS should be on. Doesn't look like it's on. Or maybe it's just because the textures are so bad. I don't know. Something's weird with it. I'll wait for the shaders to compile before I make any judgments. It is misaligned. What do you want from the menu? What do you want it to be? What do you want to be interesting on this menu? Or settings? What would you like to happen on this menu? Minigames? I can hide a minigame. I can hide secrets and minigames in my menus. I have to solve a puzzle to turn on DLSS. Who was the older gentleman in your thumbnail some time ago? You mean Blue Dick Boy? Oh wait, you mean Tim Cain? Blue Dick Boy. Here, please. You mean this guy? I'll share it with you. I recently had to do some changes to my derived data cache, so yeah, we have to recompile some shaders. Tim Cain equals Blue Dick Boy. I've been thinking about reaching out to Tim Cain and seeing if he would come on stream for a chat sometime. 2001 Cauldron Chronicles. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if it's just like if DLSS isn't working due to some of the mesh quality or something. We'll see. Yeah, I it's not that I'm like afraid of reaching out to him, but that I just want to find a good time where we could talk to him and have good questions for him. Most people don't know what the acronyms and the menus mean. That's true. I should put tooltips on these so that to explain like what they mean. Not exactly no, but you can also check the movability of static object in logic. The state object like building purchase don't need the movability. They can be set to static. That's true. I know some things need to be dynamic. We do have a lot of dynamic stuff in the scene. You know, if I like set this to high, we don't seem to have issues with ultra performance DLSS. But there definitely seems to be a problem on the lowest settings with DLSS. Like this is high with DLSS. Ultra performance. And it looks okay. Let them set their local weather conditions in UDS. Certainly ultra performance DLSS. And the thing is, because it's rendering the game at 33% scale, which is wild. I'm curious which of these is fucking up. It's the anti-aliasing. If you turn it off completely. I mean, that kind of makes sense. Does that work? Okay, hold on. I need to test something. Does DLSS require TAA to be on? At least TAA? Well, clearly it requires that for ultra performance. I'm gonna test it with ultra quality, no anti-aliasing. Jesus Christ. That's so bad for GPU. It's so bad. Look at the GPU usage on this. What the fuck is going on now? Something is happening. We should stop supporting 10-year-old potato cards and let them play games built during that era. I mean, I don't want to mess up so badly that people can't play the game on older cards. I don't know what it is. I know my implementation of DLSS is certainly not the greatest thing in the world. That I know for sure. But I was hoping that we wouldn't run into graphical errors if running on Epic with DLSS ultra quality on. And I don't know why that's happening. I think the screen percentage scale is going a bit wild here. Don't do that. You wanted hot takes. I do like my hot takes. It's really weird because if I set this to high and ultra performance, it doesn't seem to give me that issue, right? Or ultra quality, I mean. No, it doesn't. So which setting fucks it up, and why? Do you have AMD to test your game too? No, I do not. I wish, but I do not. Oh. I wish I had the money to do that, but electronics unfortunately cost as much in Poland as they do in like the US or Western Europe. But our salaries are like 25% of that, so yeah, I wish I could just quickly afford some cheap computer to test, but I can't really do that. Especially as I don't have a salary at the moment. Is it just the menu? But the menu shouldn't be doing anything with DLSS. It's separate. Something weird's going on with it. We'll just like put DLSS experimental. That'll work. That'll work for a prototype, right? Enable at your own risk. These meshes look nice. Let me do that. Then we'll get back to nanite stuff. Also run VM to kneecap. I'm not super like into fixing the performance because for a prototype, like because everything you see here is deleted when we start our vertical slice. All gone. Poof. And we start from scratch. And we'll have proper programming team and technical artists on board to fix those issues. All I care is if the game can run. I don't even need to test it on lower spec systems. It's not even important for prototype. What's important is that the game can run without like crashing. And without bugs that negatively impact the view of what the game is going to be, right? Because it's not meant for players to play. It's really just meant for publishers and recording. Ready to avoid pirating, poor people can't even run the game. Now that's a hot take. That's fucking funny though. I love it. Let me see what else I can throw nanite onto without destroying everything. For sure this. You're back? Welcome back. Throw it on this. Technically, we could just... I think we can enable all of these with nanite by viewing them in the browser. Can I filter by things that are in this scene? don't know. But if we know we used a lot from like a an asset pack, we can just enable nanite and everything in the asset pack. Might be a little bit dangerous to do that though. Let me try it with one of these tree meshes. Dreamscape, meadows, meshes, trees. These are not the ones we use. Tower, meshes, trees. Here we go. Nanite. It's these ones. Yeah, I could do that. I just want to see if it fucks anything up with this one first. If it looks normal, we'll keep it. If not, then... Well, it certainly doesn't look normal, I'll tell you that. Doing the shaders. Hold on. Why? We'll let it do its work. I think chat's hiding it, but it's like 330 left to go. Ooh, well that's fun. Okay. Interesting start. Oh yeah, see that's a tree. If ever there was a tree, that is certainly what one looks like. What the fuck is this? It's like entertainment. Make it spin really fast. I don't think I can make it do anything right now. I gotta let the shaders do what they need to do. Limp dick syndrome. Yeah, I suffer from that. It's like that inflatable thingy from Always Sunny Dancing in the Wind, right? It's kind of weird, isn't it? This is what Saruman was trying to prevent, by the way, by cutting down all the trees in the forest. Taking a long time to compile these shaders. Thankfully, when we enable the other trees, they shouldn't have to compile as many since they share the same shaders, so. If it works on this one, it should work on the others. We'll see. I like my clouds. My sprites. Okay, well the tree did not fix itself, even though it looks normal here. Okay, wow. Why? It looks fine here. Maybe rebuild the foliage? Let me try doing that. True. That's the landscape, but what about the... I mean, it doesn't say anything needs to be rebuilt. Let me try play an editor. Yeah, okay. I can try reloading the level. Let's do that. With the wind. Yeah, but it was working on the grass. The grass did work after I recompiled the master material. But it could be that wind thing, especially for the trees. But it looked like it was applying the wind correctly, but it wasn't bending the trunk correctly. Like I said, it's not a big deal if we can't get this to work. I'm not gonna cry my eyes out. I mean, I will cry my eyes out, but, you know, not on stream, right? Maybe there's some setting here I can use to enable it to work better. I don't really know anything about nanite. Like, it looks normal here. So I don't know what the issue is. Tree is built from two meshes that branch and leaves. Only leaves in my case have the wind effect. We have one mesh, 3 materials. Rebuild all? I don't know if I want to build everything. But I can try rebuilding like the landscape. Let me try placing down just this tree. Which one is it? Tree A01. I don't know what it is. Like, there's no... It looks normal. It's normal here. Try reloading the project. That's weird. The grass fixed itself. Trees did not. If we have to skip the trees, it's no big deal. Waiting for static meshes to be ready. 0 out of 1. How much do you want to bet? I know which 0 out of 1 mesh that is. Alright, where is it? Show me the tree. Whatever. Whatever, fuck that tree. Fuck the trees. Reverting. Please tell me. If it doesn't fix the tree. Okay, fix the tree. Okay, we're not touching the trees. Which rocks are these? Actually, I could just find all the rocks. Like all the stones. The only ones I'm worried about is that there are these stones that move up and down. And I thought you can't put them on moving objects, but we shall see. Looks fine to me. Those chairs are fine. Something else. Okay, let's do the 3 of these. Stop it. Nanite. This. And we use these. Log, stump, sign. Nanite. These are different fences. They must be through Dreamscape Tower. Crystals, we have all of these. These could have nanite enabled. Foliage we're not touching. Lesson learned there. We're doing it all. This is brick 2 we need to do. Can't forget that one. Okay, where are these from then? Tower. Some of that tower is probably not nanite-id. And they can all be nanite. Do you implement, I don't know how to name this thing, but the rendering loading object and building when the player are near? Like calling? Like object calling? What asset pack is this from? Oh, it's this one. I use whatever is default with Unreal. So it's not the greatest, admittedly. There's a lot of shit that I do not use. In here, holy shit, there's a lot. Yeah, I should use that. Like I said, it's just a prototype, so I don't care if the build's that big. We've done some cleaning, but I haven't been the most religious with it. Not as much as I should be, probably. little worried what we should and should not apply nanite to. I mean, fuck it. If we mess something up, we'll just revert some changes. That's why we use version control, right? I could definitely do it on a lot of the meshes for these as well. A lot of ingredient meshes that don't have any, don't have nanite enabled. Okay, we missed a bridge piece apparently. All of this stuff, I know it's part of the same asset pack, so we can do those. Oh god, I don't know what we use from this pack. I know these don't move with the wind, so they should be safe. I would enable VC, but I lose that fight. I have no issue with normal coding, but for UE, I have problem with conflicts and other things. Enable VC. What's VC? Oh, version control. Which version? What version control do you use? Because I have not had many problems with it at all. Oh, tried Git. Yeah, I don't use Git. That's not my thing. I use Plastic, and it works pretty well. I really like their branch viewer. Okay, whatever. Branches are really nice. Yeah, it's Plastic SCM is the name of it. And it has integration with Unreal. Where's this branch come from? Oh, I'm rebuilding shaders. Okay. Alright, I'll let you rebuild some shaders, game. Yeah, Plastic has worked really nice and it's really easy to use. And you get 5 gigabytes free on the cloud. You can always make, local repositories for free. But if you want to store things in the cloud, you have 5 gigabytes for free with 3 users. And then after that, it's like, I think right now we're between 5 and 10 gigabytes, so we are costing $5 a month. Could be worse. What is this? What is this stick? Branch. Is this you? Oh, that is the branches. Okay, hold on. Thought these were all bones. There's branches here. We'll see if this helps the scene at all. I think finding a way to optimize the shadows would help the most. But this can't hurt, right? Did I crash? No. Holy shit, that hitched a while. I thought I crashed the engine. Yeah, I've tried plastic. I've also tried SVN. You know, and SVN has its quirks and eccentricities, but it also works well. The good thing with SVN is that you can self-host repositories that people can connect to. It's pretty easy to set up. Rock formations, these can all be nanited. Did it work? Says they were. Okay, this landscape isn't. To rebuild that one. That's fine. These crystals. This is going to be a really fun upload to just upload changes to every single mesh in our scene. It is what it is. Probably should do this when I import the assets though, shouldn't I? Kinda don't have anyone but myself to blame for that one. In the variation of settings, in some cases the best option will be enable VC to roll back the changes. Oh. I try not to work in Unreal anymore without some sort of version control. Unless I'm just like dicking around, right? Just testing something. But there have just been too many times that I break something on accident and it's like, shit, we're trying to redo this or just re-import it and then make all my changes again would be not great. Where's the spline mesh? How can I change this line mesh here? Should you enable nanite on a spline mesh? I assume it shouldn't cause a problem. Meshes, chains, there's also this one. Saving map, yeah, there's a lot of saving that has to be done. This is going to be quite a chunky upload. Accurately put into the branch of NPC system overhaul. Yeah, where's the branch for checking the nanite changes? Oh, it's in the NPC system overhaul branch. That checks out, sir. Yeah, I'll do it for the small stuff.
Guys, you gotta think about this
Hey,
as a business
Toasty Games,
venture.
thank you for the
All right,
raid.
The three of us combining our ingredients, making like
Welcome
one
back.
gigantic, delicious green pie. Some little kid's sucking it down and he's paying us for the
Hey,
pleasure.
hey. How's it going? We definitely have to enable nanite on the heart. That's important. Let's go fishing. Nice. I don't think I should do it for the animals. The wheat has wind enabled. Gotta be a little careful which ones we do this to, right? Working on your pixel art, but suddenly brother at the door. Classic. Take care. Yeah, thanks, man. Take care too. Talk to you later. I don't know. I don't know if I should do it on the things that move. Like these move. I have to kind of go one by one. I know for sure the mushrooms are all safe. Mushrooms, we can do it to any of them. Not a problem. Do it for the science. I mean, it worked for the grass. The grass worked. The trees didn't work. They're from the same pack. They do have a different master material, so it's like, I feel like something within the master material was kind of messing up. All right, where's one of these ones that I can test it on? This one, which is this. Preparing shaders. Hold on. We gotta give it a sec. Ooh. After this, we'll jump into Elden Ring, though. I want to play some of that today. I mean, it looks like it's working. It's got to do an awful lot of shader work, though, doesn't it? I think I wrote a small poem once about Unreal. It went, I think it was like, Unreal Engine is great. Fuck all the haters. My favorite feature, compiling shaders. Nice and simple. There's a very famous poem about a goldfish. 3 words. Oh, wet pet. That's it. That's the poem. It's a real poem, too. Ode to a Goldfish, it was called. It looks darker. I mean, is that just me or does it look darker? Let me try reverting it. Looks the same. Okay, so maybe these are all safe then? Disable shadow cast on the object. I can do that on the mesh, right? Or do I have to do that within the object itself? Within the mesh component? Probably the mesh component, isn't it? It's something with this material. This material from this pack has weird dithering, and it makes the mesh look shitty. It's a very weird material. I mean, undoing the vertex color seems to help a little bit, but I don't think that's gonna... Unfortunately, I think it needs to have that. I hate it. Dithering looks so bad. I get why it's there, but I don't like it. Come on, what are you doing? Rough dismount to be, I mean, I don't know. I know that it was happening on the rocks from the same pack, and it was due to some pixel depth offset issues. I don't imagine the flowers are using pixel depth offset. I could be wrong. Well, that definitely does not help them look better. Could be this virtual texture blending, I don't know. Come on. Come on, you little bitch. Saving packages. I love it. What more could I ask for than sitting and watching a loading screen? Did Bethesda design this? PDO was turned off on this. Maybe it is the virtual. No. Not the roughness. Like, what is it? It must be on the master material, right? It must be some bullshit on there. I can see it. Look at it. Looks like ass. You see the ass looking effect there? Yeah, we hate that. How do I turn that off? Dithering. Fuck you. Get out of here, Dithering. Infinitely better. Holy shit, it's already better. I already love it. It's amazing. So my plants look like plants now and not look like some cheese grater nightmare. You better apply changes. You better. If you don't apply changes, you will be changed. I will go out of my way to find replacements for all of your meshes that have dithering. I will delete every single one and replace them, and then write an angry letter to the European Union that dithering should be banned from all software. I'm a little angry with dithering if you couldn't tell. I don't like it. I know it's performance friendly, but I'm not trying to be performance friendly. I'm trying to make a game that looks good. I still see dithering. See that? See this shit? See that? Oh, it's done. Look at that. Shit. I mean, I can't say I didn't try, right? Fuck, come on. Just do it. Just do the thing. Just do it. Nike. Come on. Meanwhile, Godot users are uploading to Steam. You're not wrong about that. Oh, it's fixed. Okay. Look how good they look. Look, they look like actual flowers now. Can you believe that? Oh my god. It's like a whole new game. Wait, what about the pink flowers? Holy shit, you can actually see them. Hey, Janik, how you doing? Good to see you again.
Bullshit.
Bullshit. Derivative.
That I love.
Thank you for the follow.
Absolutely love.
I really appreciate it. Here, what about you? We're doing some nanite stuff. Trying to get some nanite working. Is this nanite? No, these aren't nanite yet, but we can enable them. I can try doing the wheat and the vines. We will attempt it. You caught an epic pineapple? Hey, grow the devlog. Growth devlog. Good luck on the fish. If I'm not mistaken, nanite is a big performance hit, but it scales in a crazy good way the more geometry you have in the level. No, nanite is good for performance across the board. What it does, if I have to put it in like simple, it's kind of rude if I say that, but to put it in layman's terms, when you make a mesh normally, you make levels of detail. So that way when the player is far away, you show a lower level of detail mesh to the player, because they don't need to see the really, you know, the millions of triangles or whatever. What nanite does is it gets rid of that necessity. So you can put the million nanite mesh, or I'm sorry, million triangle mesh into the scene, and as the player gets away from it, it will automatically scale the number of triangles that the player is seeing. So it's like one of the kind of like mundane jobs of a 3D modeler now is just they don't have to do it. Like once you enable nanite on your static mesh, like this tower, the engine just handles it automatically. So it's a pretty incredible tool. It doesn't work for everything, and as you can see, it doesn't work for some things that like have movement. But the things that it can work for, it works for very well. I mean, it seemed to work on the wheat. Yeah, it looks normal. I think it looks good. Anything else here? Do I want to attempt it on the bushes? Do we want to optimize our bush? Let's optimize bush. We like bush, right, chat? George W. On ladies. Bush is good. Where's the bush? Here's the bush. Let's give it a shot. Tree case in this project, yeah. We'll see if it works on these bushes. It worked on the flowers, so maybe it's just the trees that are kind of weird. Which is kind of sad because I think the trees could be the ones that benefit a lot from it. Of a face full of bush. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Need to give it a second to do the shader shit. We have a lot of bush in our scene, that's for sure. Bush looks kind of sharp. Yeah, it is for now. Hopefully, once these shaders compile, it'll look good. I'll be very curious to see how this helps improve some of the GPU usage. Although I know that for our shader complexity is one of the less fortunate aspects of our scene. Especially the grass. Grass isn't that bad, actually. Actually looking a lot better than it used to be, but yeah, the bushes aren't great, are they? I don't know why the trees are not showing their shader complexity. That's kind of weird. Well, the bushes they do seem to work. I'm actually a little scared why they don't show shader complexity. What? What did we do to the trees? What is the mission of the game? The mission is to help the adventurers that visit your hut, to purposefully sabotage them if you want, to assist them, to tell them to go fuck themselves. You do what you want. It's an RPG, immersive sim with some sandbox elements. Yeah, we know that the water shader is really kind of annoying. We're gonna be replacing that pretty soon, so we can ignore that. But what happened to the trees? Uh-oh. Do you think it's the weather? Ultra dynamic sky and weather? Could be. Could be. Let's check the trees. This global wind master material. We unhook that. This might take a few minutes. We'll see. You can always type in !game to see a bit more about what we're making, and I think there's some info beneath the beneath this stream. We also, on our website, we have information about what the game is, if you're wondering. For like all of our bushes and grass, and I think like everything pulls from this master material, so when we need to save it, it takes a while. Is what it is. He has to reconfigure whether or not these are high. It still says they're pretty damn high. It's probably purely because of this wind being applied to them, that if they were static and didn't move with the wind, that they would be a lot better. Run the game. Wait for the shaders. I mean, everything looks normal at first glance, which is good. Hasn't really helped our GPU usage a whole ton. Enabling DLSS does help. Saw one model of the bush that was broken. Which one? Looks fine. Look fine to me. They just have that bullshit dithering problem. Did I miss what? Where's the broken bush? Left. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna stand here, okay? Which side is it on? Left or right? Left side, okay. Is it this one here? Right bush. This one? Left. Oh, you mean this? This is how the this is how the mesh is. The mesh is weird. This whole pack is weird. And if I told you this is how it's supposed to be, I wouldn't blame you for saying it's broken, because it just looks weird. Can you water my blade of grass, please? Yes. Your blade of grass was where? It was right over here. We'll pretend that the ball is water. I think it was like this one or something. Oh no, it was this one right here, okay. Go. There, it's been watered. No, I don't blame you for thinking that it's broken, because the bushes are just weird in this pack. See my question, wanna play a new minigame. Can we save it for tomorrow, by chance, Lazarla? Why do some of the flowers disappear. That's weird. Weird. Either way, I can say enabling nanite did not hurt these in any way. Yeah, I don't know what's causing these. I don't know what's causing the trees to have such high shader complexity. It's probably the wind. You just never. It could be a problem. Yeah, we might need to force. Well, we don't have an LOD anymore, so maybe. Yeah, you're right. It could be. It's weird that it only hid some of them though, and not all of them. Weird. Cave looks okay. What about this one? That looks okay. We can always revert some meshes if there appear to be problems, but for now I think this is a pretty good start. What's with the other tree mesh? The thing is, all of the tree meshes use the same wind master material. The only ones that might be a little bit different would be this one. But I think it still uses the same master. And I think something with this tree global wind master materials is the one that is causing the issues. I can try it though. Go for it. Working on that one. I think that was the erroring one last time. Nope. Holy shit. That is funny. It 100% does not work on these trees. Yeah, anything from this asset pack does not seem to be that's a no-go. Special event abomination. Yeah, if I just did all of them. Okay, you ready? What do you think? This is how our game should look. Time for some Cauldron Chronicles. Everybody sip your cough syrup. Screen percentage 15. Hold on, let's turn on DLSS and let's get some weird shit going on. Oh yeah, here we go. Now we're talking. Whoa. "16 times the detail. See that mountain? You can climb it." Good luck finding your alchemy ingredients, kids. Except this tree. This tree is fine. Which is really funny because this is the same tree mesh. It's just, it's the blueprint one with the beehive in it. But it's the exact same mesh as this. Oh wait, but the top of the tree does look like it's being weird. No, this one looks normal. The fuck? This is great. I love it. It's not even a new instance, though. This one's normal. This is the one with the beehive. This is a blueprint placed with the foliage system. These are simply static mesh foliage placed with the foliage system. I don't even know. I don't even know. They're the same static mesh. Nothing else has changed. I don't know. We'll just revert those. These red ones seem to work, but the other ones don't, which is very weird because they are reading from the same master material. I don't really get it. I tried making a new instance of the mesh and it didn't seem to work, unfortunately. It says it doesn't have nanite support. Oh, I did enable it. Yeah. Weird. Let me do this. Enable nanite. We know that one's fucking up, right? Where is it? Just so I can find one to compare it to. Here it is. Maybe it's a scaling issue? Is something with the foliage, with the instance foliage. Weird. Very, very weird. Grass works, yeah. Grass and the bushes are placed with the foliage system too, and they work. Definitely something with the bush mesh that isn't working with nanite though. Being kind of weird. Where is the... Oh, it's not a foliage actor. Or foliage asset. Density, radius, fine. Scale is fine. Hold distance, collision presets shouldn't be a problem. I don't know. I don't know. Wait, select invalid? How are these invalid? Shut up, no they're not. What? Yeah, I'm gonna elect to ignore that problem. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with our current issue, to be honest. I don't know. Good thing is we do have most of the scene nanite friendly, so could be worse. I will take it. It is what it is for the rest of the stuff. Not gonna worry too much about it. It's a prototype anyway, doesn't need to run well. Yeah, it looks good enough. I mean, maybe there's an update for this asset pack too, but I don't really want to do that because I've made quite a few changes to some of the materials. It's just a risky move. But I am pretty sure there's an update to the Dreamscape Meadow pack. Actually, this is Dreamscape Tower. Tawa. Or not, there isn't. I don't know. Oh well, we'll hop over to Elden Ring now. I'm pretty happy. Thank you for your help, Pro 404. I'm glad we could address this sooner rather than later, right? So we have a good portion of the scene with nanite enabled. I'm not unhappy. I'll try to make a build when I get home later today just to see if there's any major error that can be fixed up. It's good to do that regularly. Sure. Go for it. Let's see how nasty this this upload is. Kinda enabled nanite for essentially all of our meshes. LOL. That means it's okay. Actually, not too bad. 157 megabytes. Could be worse. Alright, let's jump over to Elden Ring. Elden Wing. Also end the YouTube recording for that here. Bye YouTube. Say bye YouTube. See you tomorrow YouTube. For day 109.